morning, everyone. I hope you've all had your cup of coffees and you're all set for a long and exciting day ahead. So as all of us are pretty well aware, US-India have had a long history of bilateral partnerships and cooperation, especially in the space sector. And recently, we've been seeing a lot more development happening as the industry is growing, more companies are entering the market. We know about the Artemis Accords that we signed last year. We have the NISAR mission coming up, and a lot more is going on. So this event aims to build on that bilateral partnership and encourage more discussion between the US and Indian space sector. On that note, I welcome you all to the US-India Commercial Space Cooperation Conference, which aims to unlock opportunities for US and India startups. We'll be beginning with our inaugural session. I would request the speakers for the inaugural session to please come and take their seats on the stage. I invite Mr. Alexander Slater, Dr. Sangamitra Datta, Dr. Vinod Kumar, and Mr. J.B. Pandian to please come and join us on the stage. Can I please have a round of applause? Thank you. I would request Mr. Alexander Slater, Managing Director, USIBC, US Chamber of Commerce, to please start the conference with your welcome remarks.
Good morning. It's wonderful to see everyone here, and I'd like to welcome you to this inaugural conference on US-India Commercial Space Cooperation. My name is Alexander Slater, and I'm the Managing Director of the US-India Business Council. For those of you who know us, it's good to see you again. For those of you who don't know us, we are the US Chamber of Commerce here in India. Our mission is to promote a stronger strategic partnership between India and the United States by promoting trade and investment across the corridor. We do this by working very closely with government officials from both countries, I think as is evident from today's event and the agenda, and with our 200 members, who are companies that are the largest traders and investors across the US-India corridor, as well as some of the most innovative startups coming up with new ideas on how to deepen the partnership in cutting-edge areas of technology. That is, of course, why we are here today. As some of you may know, the US-India partnership has undergone an incredible set of developments over the last year or two. This started with the kind of reinvigoration of the Quad, and in May 2022, on the sidelines of the Quad Summit in Japan, Prime Minister Modi and President Biden announced the creation of something called the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies. This really is a way to promote partnership between the US and India in key areas of the future and key sectors that are going to define how humans across the globe really interact and conduct commerce together and conduct social interactions, for example, across the world. The key areas that are the topics of the areas of focus for ISET include cybersecurity, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, 5G, 6G communication, and critical minerals. In addition, one of the key aspects of ISET is US-India cooperation in the commercial space area. And so today, we are here to take forward a key deliverable for the ISET initiative. It's been our pleasure to work with so many partners in this regard, including the US Commercial Service, Mission India, NASA, NOAA, ISRO, and InSpace. Thank you, all of you, for being wonderful partners with USIBC in this endeavor. We're extremely excited by the subjects of today's inaugural conference, including its focus on entrepreneurship and startups, SATCOM, commercial ways to plug into military space technologies, and of course, inclusion, because good ideas come from all sectors of society, and there should be no barriers to listening to those ideas and having those ideas prosper and become reality. So I'm going to stop here because my role at this point is quite ceremonial. Again, welcome to the conference. I'm pleased to have a great panel of experts here to start us off from both countries to really share their views on how the US and India can work together going forward, leveraging the huge talent pools and research capacities of both countries, as well as the wonderful technical expertise and experience in space that both countries have, dating back to, of course, the United States' landing on the moon, which India itself was able to, at least an unmanned spacecraft, complete, of course, last year. Now, before going on, though, I would like to thank a few people for their support with today's event. This includes the U.S. Consul General for Chennai, Mr. Christopher Hodges, Ms. Carrie Arun from the Commercial Service, Dr. Sangamaitra Dutta, representing NASA, Rose Crozier from NOAA, Dr. Vinod Kumar from InSpace, Mr. Richard DeBello, Director of Office of Space Commerce at NOAA, Mr. Counselor Jonathan Heimer from the U.S. Embassy, Sri J.B. Pandian from ISRO, as well as our supporting organizations, including the SATCOM Industry Association India, the Indian Space Association, Geospatial World Chamber of Commerce, and Space and Satellite Professionals International, and wish you all a wonderful conference. Thank you again for being here today. I look forward to a wonderful set of conversations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexander, for setting the tone for the event. I would now invite Dr. Sangamitra Dutta, Program Executive, Earth Science Division, Science Mission Directorate, NASA, to please give your keynote address.
Hello, can you hear me? Good. Good morning, everybody, and I would like to thank Ayushi and also the organizers, particularly Aditya and Shamir, for inviting me to this conference. And thank you for coming. It's a beautiful day in Bangalore. And I'm here to talk about some cooperation that we have done. So, yeah, I am technologically challenged, by the way. So I do management. Oh, great, it worked. So this is what we are here for, that US and India cooperation in space segment. And this ISIT was signed in 2022, and we are, the Prime Minister and of India and our President Biden, we all agreed that we are going to work together for technology development and you name, and for the good of humankind, right? For the benefit of the society. That's what we work for. We are all doing it for that. And more cooperation, more collaboration will bring us even better. So that's why we are here all together and promoting the commercial sector. And you know, I like the best part is that how the technology is designed, it's governed and should be used for our shared democratic values. So India is the largest democracy we know, and you know, that's what we are all working together for. So we should keep that in mind. And we are here for fostering open communication, secure technology, you know, sharing. And this is something that NASA is really, I'm from NASA, you heard it. So we are here for, you know, sharing the science information openly. So open science data policy is something that NASA is promoting for the last several years. And I will talk a little bit about that one because that's a big thing. Next slide. Okay, so here we all know the India space policy says we are going to take a holistic approach in encouraging and promoting the private sector. So that's great for space economy. Space is big. So it is not just for government or national security, but it's also for commercial sector to take part in. And that's why India has so many startups now, so many companies, they are contributing. So that's why we are here together. And that is in the space policy. So IN-SPACe and NCIL has been, they are already there, and we are working together with them. Sometimes I come very frequently to work on NISR, and I have been seeing the evolving structure there. And this is for commercial, there is a global market, and for any cooperation, we'll have to have mutual interest. And the main thing is also we share cost and we share risk. That's another important aspect of partnership or cooperation. So how do we cooperate? What are the opportunities? So I will touch upon a little bit on that. So the opportunities are in government organizations, civil space cooperation, and the NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar mission that I have been living with for the last almost 12 years now, and that's under civil space cooperation. So that's happening. That's a great collaboration, and we should call it very successful, going very well. And there is commercial sector, and there we have established industry giants, and also there are startups. And then that is the what part. Where are the opportunities? What are the opportunities? And how do we unlock opportunities? Because that is what I thought the part of this conference is all about. So to get into the market, we have to think about what are the things that we can collaborate on. The mutual interest, of course, is important. And technical innovation, any innovation is always welcome, and that happens. It comes from the necessity. And also, we have to think about cost and schedule, because that's what we are all worried about. None of us have unlimited resources. So we think about how do we cooperate and share our resources so that we can do it better. And as I already mentioned, that the largest cooperation in space that is happening between US and India is through NASA, and the program is called NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar Mission. And someone was asking me, what do we call it? And I call it NISR, but that does not mean everybody calls it NISR. Some people call it NISR. Some people call it NISR, in India particularly. That is the name. So you can call it by any name, but it is one mission. And I will share a little bit of what did I learn from the cooperation. And that's what I would like you to take away from the startups who you would like to go and work in the US market, and US companies who want to come here. What did I learn? What did we learn? It's like how we manage resources. How am I doing with time? Am I doing okay with time? Because I'm just feeling that, okay. And one has to manage the expectation, because if I think one way and my partner thinks a different way, then of course things go odd. So we have to think about managing expectation and defining roles and responsibilities in a partnership. You have to think about that, because you are supposed to do this, I was supposed to do this. That fight should not be coming. So from the very beginning, we have to define that. And then managing differences, because not everything is the same for two different organizations, two different agencies, two different countries. Things are different. So how do we manage the difference? And I have put together a couple of things that came to my mind. In technical side, I have noticed that having a big picture, the whole system view, is very important, because sometimes people think only in a small part. Okay, I'm going to supply this, so let me think about how I can do it best. But unless you have the complete picture of what we are doing it for, it becomes difficult because then things don't align together at the end. So keeping the system view is very important, and that's in front of everybody. Defining the interfaces, how I'm going to shake hand with my counterpart. So that's important. System integration, as I said, is connected with the system view. Process differences, there are plenty. We all do the same thing, but the goal we reach in different ways. At least particularly for NASA and ISRO, we found there are process differences. Overall, they're the same, but still, the processes are processes, and NASA being a very process-oriented organization, so we felt that this is something we need to figure out in the very beginning. Standardization, because otherwise we don't meet with each other. I was having a conversation with the director of one of the ISRO centers, URSC. He mentioned that India is putting together the space station of India's own. And they're working with the International Space Station we have several countries have put it together, and we work there. So the interfaces are similar. So this is very important, the standardization. And what are the differences? What are the differences that we have to think about? There are regulatory differences in different 2-3 minutes? Okay, I'll be quick. Cultural differences, so when we are working together, we have to think about that. Communication is important, and communication is not because we are all speaking English, that does not mean that we communicate the same way. So face-to-face interaction, knowing your partner, what they want is important. Defining roles and responsibilities, you all know that. So I don't have to spend time. Now, this is the gentleman who was the NASA's Earth Science Division's director, Dr. Michael Freilich, and I thought he always said that the providing leadership in cooperation, how do we do that? And I'm not going to read it, but you can read it and you can connect it with the very first slide I had, like the circumstance that we need to be all decent and tolerant. So that is the best thing I learned from him. So my tribute to him. He passed away several years ago. And I always say keep the dream alive, because climate change is real. So that is, we are all seeing it. Terrible heat over here and flood in UAE and all that, right? So its impact on global economy is severe. Clean water, food security, air quality, these are all important. So we have to work it. There is an urgent need for space sector to come and help. And we are all responsible for it, to fix it. And fixing is, we provide data, and then we need to go to the policymakers so that we can make the change. And we have to train the future generation. That's a picture from my house's front porch. This little girl came for trick-or-treat during Halloween last year, and I felt like, oh, am I glad to see this little girl. She's my neighbor's daughter. So we have to train the future generation to do the right thing. And I would like to leave you with this. I hope, yeah. This is the NICER's launch going to look like. And hopefully we are coming in September. So I would like to take this with you as a real thing. Thank you for paying attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Datta, for that address, taking us through the partnerships, and for that little video at the end. Always exciting to see a lift-off in whichever form it is. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Vinod Kumar, Director, Promotions Directorate in Space, Government of India, to deliver his keynote address.
Yeah, good morning, Dr. Alexander Slater and dignitaries on the dais and my friends. Very good morning to all. So another 10 minutes? Yeah? Good. Yeah, we will just discuss some opportunities for US and India and what is happening in Indian space sector. So I'll just ask one question generally. How many of you know about InSpace? Okay, quite a okay, number is increasing, but very good. It's nice to have the presentation covering the Indian space sector reform in a few slides. So as you see here, India has developed capabilities and capacity in each sector thanks to ISRO, and we are there in all sphere of the space. And we are world number 4, 5, or in various sectors we are number 1 also. Like landing on South Pole of the moon. So we have all the capabilities. Now need is to scale it up. So for that purpose, in 2020, Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Board Center was formed on 24 June 2020. That enables private sector to carry out end-to-end activities. So prior to this, our Indian private sector was there, but they were acting as a vendor to ISRO. Whereas ISRO was doing the end-to-end activities. Now, post these reforms, any private company, Indian private company, can take up any job under the sun in space sector. Now, what InSpace does, it addresses, it promotes the private company. We are the space regulator. We call ourselves authorizer. We enable them, supervise them, and we act as a single window agency. Also, we are having an InSpace board, which has members from Department of Space, Ministry, academia, private companies. As you all know, that New Space India Limited was formed in 2019, prior to formation of InSpace, that was acting as a commercial wing of ISRO. ISRO will continue to do the R&D and capacity building for the nation. Continuing quickly with this, the InSpace, to push the frontiers of new space, the mandate of InSpace is to promote, enable, authorize, and supervise the activities of non-government entities. Additionally, we are the regulator of space for even government agencies. So these 4 roles are well covered in these 4 wheels of InSpace. That is, we have developed the decadal vision and strategy for the Indian space sector. We are supposed to do promotion of Indian industry outreach, engagement with academia, international outreach. The second is the nurture and support startups, that is as an enabler. Enable access to ISRO technologies, facilities. That's a very important step government of India has taken, where the facilities of ISRO are extended to private sector to use by them. Support space ecosystem for private entities. Authorize, as you know, and we are trying to act as a single window agency. We are having a single window committee which takes care of all the needs of the private companies. We supervise them to facilitate design and review, etc. This is a unique model where government has permitted the use of facilities, providing expertise. We are having residence experts also at the disposal of private companies. This is just a graph that 2019, as I have told, that NSIL was formed, 2020, space sector reform was announced, 2022, we are operationalized. Then 23, we have brought out the Indian space policy. That's a very comprehensive, overarching policy, which identify clear policies and role of each space actors. I will cover that further. Then we have released, very important for India-US cooperation, is the Foreign Direct Investment Guidelines. That was done this year, February 2024. Then we are working on space activities bill, and we are very happy to tell you that norms, guidelines, and procedures document has been already brought out recently. You can go through it. So Indian space policy, what is that? This has 4 actors mainly. One is the ISRO, who has developed all the capacity and capability that will continue to do research and development, will do technology development, scientific missions, etc. Provide the facilities to the private sector use. In space, as I have already covered, it will handhold and promote the private industry. We are working with academia also to develop the future Space Force frontiers, and NSIL, as you know, is a commercial wing. NG, they can take up any activity in space under the sun. That is the kind of mandate. So you can go through this policy. It's available at our InSpace website, inspace.gov.in. Please go through. It's a very detailed document, and each and everything. And norms, guidelines, and procedures are also released, and you will find them there. Then it facilitates, as I have told, that building. Private companies can build rockets, satellite, launch own operating asset, deliver commercial services, co-own technology with ISRO, EO data acquisition and dissemination, create infrastructure, absorb the technology transferred by the ISRO to the private companies. So these are the things, and you see that how the space ecosystem is growing. We have around 450 plus MSME, micro, small and medium enterprises, 50 plus large companies that are acting in space. We have 200 plus startups. You see, we have 1 in 2012. We have 6 in 2018-19, and now you see how it's growing. It's with the global standard, it is very big, and we are pleased to tell they are doing well. I will say that, and we see that they are in each sector. I will cover in upcoming slides how they are working and how they are coming to us for authorization and other activities. So NGP guidelines, I have told you recently, it has been worked out, a comprehensive document. Please go through it. It's available again at our website. I'll just touch upon these. You see here, 2022 only we were operationalized, and you see the kind of application. 460 plus applications we have received from our private companies. So now if you see there, they represent 135 plus startups, 45 plus MSME, 95 plus other companies. Academic institutions are also coming for authorization. And we have signed 55 memorandum of undertakings and 40 joint project implementation plan, and 36 authorization has been provided. It covers the Skyroot launch, Space Kid India satellite on SSLV was launched, 2 Dhrava satellite, and many more payloads on POEM. So you see, Ban by Agnikul is coming shortly, and Skyroot orbital mission. So you see that it's growing, and we look forward with US in various aspects, like it can be the commercial lunar payload services. There are some opportunities for our companies. There are possibilities to work together. Now you see that number of startups, how it has grown from 2016. It's exponential growth, and we are very happy to see that investment is also going up. Even without FDI policy, $138 million we got last year. So this shows that FDI has come recently. So if you go by this, I will touch upon the FDI, how attractive FDI policy government of India has given to the nation. So these are some of the efforts. We have transfer technology for polar satellite launch vehicle, a small satellite launch vehicle. EOI is will be floated shortly. We will come with the news very soon. We have transferred around 70 TOT, transfer of technology has been completed. These are some of the initiatives we are showing here, where new launch pad dedicated for private companies use has been, is being commissioned at Kulsherapatnam. It was already inaugurated. And if you see, continue with these are the things, some catalog of space industry, standards, that's very important. That's because space needs total quality and zero defect system, and we are insisting implementation of this. EO constellation consultation paper is released, and we are coming up with more plans. Coffee table book, you can see the attractive companies in this, what they do, what is their future plan. So you go through our website, you will find many more opportunities. Please register. And we are very happy to tell that we have developed the technical center at Ahmedabad, where companies can go. They have the co-working spaces. They have all the facilities. See the vibration test lab, thermo vacuum lab, climate chambers. We have the high fidelity models of this thing, tools, where they can go work their design and come to the final stage. We are there to help them with AIT, checkout, dedicated clean room we have. And if you need bigger facilities, anyway, ISRO is backing us backing us. Now, this FDI policy, you see the cap is 100%. So only thing, there is a sectoral caps are there. And you see, if you want to make a satellite, 74% automatic route. Automatic means you just have to inform in space and RBI, and you are done with. Beyond 74% is the government route, up to 100%. Even in launch vehicle, it is 100% cap, but automatic route is 49% and administrative route is beyond 49%. If it results in advanced technology for other regions to be recorded, with the evaluation, we can permit up to 100%. And your subsystem manufacturing is an important part, where up to 100% is automatic route. So you can start investing and come to India. We have a lot of ecosystem of companies growing up. There's a lot of opportunities. We are very happy to see the initiatives of the US government, where we have taken leadership program, International Visitor Leadership Program. We have taken around 20 companies there, and they were very happy to go through various companies, and the procedures and systems of in US followed. Now, I will touch upon the decadal vision and strategy. We have aspiration to take our economy from 2% present to the 8% around. This is a humble, and I am sure that it will go beyond this, because defense space we have not counted in this, and which will be the equal number. So you see there's a good investment opportunity. There's a good opportunity to tie up with Indian company for the technology and other facilities that can happen. So in international engagement, you see that we have been working, we are conducting dedicated space days and connecting private companies from India and other companies. So that's a very important initiative, and it's well received. After that, we see a lot of communication, connection with them. So that's a very good and important initiative we are taking. We are here in any cooperation. So India-US cooperation is increasing. I have already told that, and Madam has also covered that how the India-US Artemis Accord was signed, and followed by we are working with the commercial space cooperation, and US IBC is taking a lead in this. There are many promising engagements which are happening with India and US. So these are some space for world's economic prosperity. These are some of our prime startups. It doesn't cover all in various sectors, like startups, large and middle-sized companies, PSUs, etc. Thank you very much, and thank you for opportunity to speak at this unique forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kumar. We now have an address. It's a virtual one by Mr. Richard Dalbello, Director of the Office of Space Commerce, NOAA. Can I request the team to please play the video?
On behalf of the U.S. Office of Space Commerce to the U.S.-India Commercial Space Cooperation Conclave here in Bengaluru. I'd especially like to acknowledge my CSJWG co-chair, Dr. Subramaniam, and fellow members of the Subworking Group on Commercial Space. The Commercial Space Subworking Group was established officially just last year, but it's already given us a structure to advance our mutual goals and foster greater space commerce between our two countries. It has resulted in our commitment to dive deeper into important issues such as export control, market access, and government procurement. It spurred this event today, where we're bringing the government and the commercial community together to build understanding, overcome barriers, and unlock opportunities for trade. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate the government of India and InSpace for significant recent reforms, to include the new foreign direct investment policy for the space sector and the new India space policy. We are optimistic these policies will increase transparency of India's government regulation and processes, which will in turn give both the U.S. and Indian commercial community greater confidence in doing business. This is good for the U.S., for India, and especially good for space startups. As not everyone may be familiar with the Office of Space Commerce, I'll just quickly touch on our role. The Office of Space Commerce advocates for the U.S. space industry within the U.S. government. We regulate and oversee the U.S. commercial remote sensing industry, and we are responsible for the United States civil space situational awareness capability. I also believe that SSA and space sustainability are two important topics for future collaboration between our two countries. Finally, the Office of Space Commerce also facilitates global government-to-government and business-to-government engagement and connections. I wish I could join you there in Bengaluru, but other obligations have kept me in DC this week. A sincere thank you to the U.S. and Indian teams who've made this event happen. I know you're eager to get on with the business of the day, but I would like to encourage you to say hello to Rose Crocier, who is representing our office in Bengaluru today. Please share with her your ideas for future collaboration. Thank you very much, and I wish you a great conference.
I would now invite Mr. J.B. Pandian, Associate Director at the Office of International and Interagency Cooperation, ISRO, to please come and deliver his keynote address.
Mr. Alexander Slater, Managing Director, US-India Business Council. Dr. Sangamitra Datta, NASA. Dr. Vinod Kumar, InSpace. And Mr. Richard Del Ballo of ENOA, who addressed in virtual mode. Delegates from USA and India, good morning to all of you. It's my privilege to address this August gathering here at US-India Commercial Space Cooperation Conference. Today is the time where there is a worldwide renewal of enthusiasm for space science, technology, and industry endeavors, including interplanetary explorations and programs to reach Moon as a destination of multiple opportunity. It was in November 1963, a Nike Apache rocket supplied by USA soared into the twilight skies from the newly built launch pad on the shores of Thiruvananthapuram, the capital city of Kerala state, India. This was resultant of an intense cooperation among the international physicists for upper atmospheric studies utilizing sounding rockets following the International Geophysical Year. There was a demand for an equatorial sounding rocket launch station from the global scientific community, and Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the founding father of Indian space program, responded with this site, which was later dedicated to the United Nations as Tumba Equatorial Rocket Launch Station, TERLS. In these formative years of Indian space program, we received commendable support from NASA, and the facility witnessed launching of many US sounding rockets, such as Nike Apache and Judy Dart. You can visualize how, from the sounding rocket days, the Indian Space Research Organization has now reached a position where it is able to launch constellations of satellites into any desired orbit utilizing indigenous launch vehicles. ISRO has undertaken ambitious missions to Moon and to Mars, the pinnacle being the placement of Aditya L1 in the precise halo orbit of Lagrangian point L1 and the soft landing near the south polar region of the moon by Chandrayaan-3 mission. Along with the growth of ISRO, India-US space program prospered in many directions, including on Earth observation, satellite navigation, space science, and exploration. NASA's two instruments, namely MINISAR and Moon Mineralogy Mapper, were flown in India's first mission to Moon, Chandrayaan-1. The analysis of the data collected from Chandrayaan-1 instruments, mainly the Moon Mineralogy Mapper, has shown the presence of hydrogel and water molecules on lunar surface. In academic interactions, Indian students are pursuing higher studies at Caltech under Satish Dhawan Endowed Fellowship in Avionics and Aerospace. In commercial domain, ISRO has launched about 230 satellites from US on board PSLV launch vehicle as co-passenger till now from Satish Dhawan Space Center. ISRO-NASA joint working groups are also formed in the areas of planetary exploration, heliophysics, space situational awareness, Earth observation, and space commerce. And they are discussing to identify possible areas of cooperation. India is partner to Artemis Accord, a platform for achieving the objectives of space exploration and missions under common agenda. It is worth mentioning that ISRO and NASA are working together to implement the space-related outcomes of India-US Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, ICET, including human spaceflight, professional exchange, and quantum communication, etc. Prime Minister of India has set an ambitious target to set up an international orbital space station, Bharatiya Antariksha Station, by 2035, and to land an Indian on the moon by 2040. India's program on human spaceflight, the Gaganyaan, is going on in full swing as a national movement with involvement of various departments and research laboratories. ISRO and NASA has formed a new joint working group on human spaceflight and are exploring various cooperation opportunities. We also value the interest of USA, both the space agency and space industry level, in this flagship program. I also take this opportunity to compliment NASA and other US space entities for all the achievements in recent times in advancing space technology. On behalf of ISRO, it's my pleasure to convey the best wishes for the success of this event. I understand that Mr. Somnath, Chairman ISRO, Secretary, Department of Space, will be addressing you in few hours' time. You will hear more on Indian space activities and its engagement with US from none other than him directly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Datta and gentlemen, for that inaugural session. Can I please have a round of applause for all of them? Thank you. With that, our inaugural session has come to an end, and we'll be heading out. We'll starting out our panel discussions. The first panel discussion is on opportunities in SATCOM, and we'll be starting with that in another 2 minutes. Announcement and notification of FDI rules in the space sector, and SATCOM is a major segment of the commercial space sector. Or is it? Well, that is what our panelists will be discussing, focusing on opportunities in the SATCOM space, specifically post the launch of India's space policy. I'd request the speakers for this session, Mr. Amitabh Ghoshal, VP Business L3Harris, Mr. Govind Rajan DS, President at Anyara Space, Mr. Jacob Gullish, Executive Director, Digital Economy, USIBC, Mr. Anil Prakash, Director General, Satcom Industry Association, India, and the moderator for the session is Mr. Salil Gupte, President, Boeing, India. I request all of you to please come and take your seats. And I'll hand it over to you, Salil. Welcome, everyone. Can we please have a round of applause for everybody? I'll hand it over to you, Salil.
Hello, is this on? Okay, the microphone is on. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for this conversation on satellite communications and the opportunities in SATCOM in India, but then also between the US and India. I want to, the inaugural session really gave perspective about the opportunities for the growth of SATCOM in India. We all know that India is a country that skips steps in terms of technology development, right? When I grew up in the US, but when I was a child coming to India, it is of course notable that India wasn't bothering to build out tons and tons of copper landlines. It was skipping to mobile telephony, and in many cases, in terms of data usage in mobile, leads the world. And it's both in terms of volume and certainly in terms of pricing when you compare it to developed markets like Europe and the US. And we fully expect that the embracing of SATCOM technologies will follow a similar path. And so what are the opportunities we'll discuss in this panel between the US and India to collaborate on that? It was wonderful to see Dr. Kumar talk about the changes in the FDI policy and how that will open up potential investment. And hopefully here on this panel, we'll talk a little bit about, the edge requirements in India, the rural areas, the border areas. What can we do to enable communication using SATCOM for that? But I think I just want to give an example personally for me, because sometimes that makes it more real. The real opportunity in SATCOM is things we haven't even thought of yet, and things that we won't think about for the next few years. So 10 years ago, 15 years ago, my company, Boeing, created a technology where using SATCOM and analytics technologies on the ground, an airplane that is flying through the air might require an element of maintenance. Not a safety issue, just a maintenance thing when the airplane is on the ground. Now, typically, the airplane would land, and if you as a passenger would be sitting in the terminal, they would come to you and say, oh, we have a 4 or 5 hour delay until we deal with this thing. And you would say, oh my goodness, I'm gonna be late for my meeting, I'm gonna be late for whatever. And this would especially happen on long haul flights. With the use of SATCOM technologies, the airplane communicated directly with the ground about the type of fault. Analytics technologies, very, very early AI, I wouldn't even call it AI, utilized that information to say, these are the 3 or 4 parts that might need to be replaced on the airplane. The people at the airline would have those parts at the plane. When the plane arrived at the gate, the part would be replaced in 30 minutes, and you would take off on time for your flight. 25 years ago, somebody's launching a satellite, they wouldn't have even conceived that this was possible. But I give that example because that's my expectation for SATCOM. What will we be able to create with these technologies that we haven't even thought of yet? That it'll be our children that think about it. To me, that's why the promise is endless. So with that, I think we're going to go ahead and get going. I'd like each of the panel to just briefly, we'll go down and briefly introduce themselves. We got the formal intro, but a little bit about yourself on an informal basis, and then we'll get into the questions.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Anil Prakash. I'm Director General of SIE India. I'm representing industry, vibrant industry of 500 in India. And we work on regulatory, policy, and standardization, which is the fundamental pillar for doing a business. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. It's great to see so many friendly faces and know so many of you that I haven't seen in a long time. I'm Jay Gullish. I lead our digital economy at USIBC. But most importantly, we've really been leaning into SATCOM and commercial space for a number of years. I got my start in this arena through passion. I was studying environmental economics, was interested in butterflies hanging out in Costa Rica, and I talked to somebody at the FCC that was doing geographic information systems on satellites. And I went, oh my God, this is so cool. I went back, I changed majors, and I ended up in technology. Yeah. and then through a long series of activities. Most recently, I was, I guess, a digital economy officer at the U.S. Embassy, and previously really pushed commercial space. So it's great to see many of you in your current and future avatars.
Good morning. I'm Govindarajan. I now represent Aniara Space. I have worked in Loral Skynet for about 10 years, all along on the business side of the satellite technology. As Salil mentioned in the beginning, I'm also fortunate to see the evolution of SATCOM services in the country. I remember when internet service was privatized in India in '99. So before that, we used to have 64 kbps bandwidth, and the private companies who got licenses unfortunately did not have gateway because there was no fiber available in the country. So we worked with the government, industry worked with the government to make them allow setting up of international internet gateway using satellite. The next thing came, the foreign satellites were not allowed those days. So then they made the exception to allow foreign satellites. So I'm happy to say that I have seen the evolution, and we were the first foreign satellite service provider to set up the international internet gateway way back in '99 in India. So from there, we have been seeing the progress, and I'm happy to be part of that progress in the country. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. This is Amitabh Ghoshal. I am the Vice President, India Operations for L3Harris Technologies. Kind of look after the South Asia for L3Harris, both defense and space. I am also an ex-Navy officer, so you'll be wondering what is a guy from the Navy talking about space. But just to tell you, my company has been deeply involved with the space in India. I mean, just to tell you, we have cooperated with ISRO for building the first satellite of India, which is Aryabhatta. So that's where our legacy goes. Happy to be here and happy to be invited today to be speaking in the panel by host of people, US-India Business Council in Space, and others. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amitabh. We're actually going to start with you, so hang on to your microphone. Would love to get from you, and we'll ask Govindarajan as well, but from your sense as a U.S. company working here, what are some of the emerging trends and opportunities that you see both in commercial and military for SATCOM? And if anyone else wants to add on to what he says, feel free to do so. But we'll start with you on that one.
Thank you, Salil. Great question. And to be honest, I mean, India, the SATCOM as a service goes back quite a while. I would say from mid-70s, when that time the erstwhile, they used to call it, I think, Post and Telegraph Department set up 2 satellite earth stations in India. And so the services were being given. I mean, I think Intelsat, Inmarsat, they were the predecessors of what is being seen today. But the services remained costly. The proliferation was slow. So I would say the opportunities today in the commercial space primarily is in increasing proliferation, the increasing bandwidth, and of course reducing the costs, which will allow it for use by the masses. I mean, India is already the lowest per capita cost, but it's still costly when you go down to the last person connectivity in India. I mean, we are at 50%, almost 48% proliferation today. It can certainly go up. So I would say that looking at the internet proliferation, broadband internet proliferation, the Indian market or satellite SATCOM market on the commercial side is poised to grow at about 18% annually to become a $6 billion market in another 5 years. So what we would see is, what we're seeing right now is a lot of these broadband low latency services being pushed into India, and you are seeing, and it will just keep on growing, at least in the foreseeable future. I mean, that's what the commercial thing stands at. On the defense side of the things, we have seen for a very long time, it was a provider-driven market, not a user-driven market. I mean, defense always used to enjoy the huge the bandwidth. They always were the owners of the large spectrum, but the usability of the spectrum remained low. That's changing right now, and we are seeing a lot more launches for defense-based satellites. And that has just started about a few years back. I mean, we used to have satellites which are being launched which was partly given to defense, but today we are seeing more dedicated satellites for defense communications. But if you look at the market as such, I would say we would look at the satellite services market growing by leaps and bounds. And there will be other things also, for example, the imagery part of it, which will again grow by leaps and bounds. You know, there's a lot of demand today for both the 5G services, for the geo imagery services and all that. And like Jay just spoke, you know, he was actually drawn to the whole thing by the imagery services. I mean, that's amazing. And that's going to grow. I mean, India is still at a very, very nascent stage on that. And I think the another thing that will really grow is the agri-tech services, satellite as a service, which will really reduce the urban-rural skill gap that we have today, which will be really, really good. If you look at the US companies like us, I mean, look at L3Harris. I mean, we are certainly very much into the space ecosystem. I mean, we're headquartered at NASA Boulevard in Melbourne, Florida, just down the NASA. And obviously, you know, we're very much engaged with a lot of things. We have been there. I mean, look at our recent wins, which is what the providing the precision weather instruments and the sounding instruments for Himawari in Japan. I think Boeing is fully involved in that too. So we have been there in every navigation satellite that US has put up in the last 30 years. There's a lot we can actually provide in terms of sensors and in terms of the precision instruments that we produce. We hold a lot of that IP, and we can always engage with the Indian ecosystem of satellite makers, which as InSpace was telling a few minutes back, that is on the growth path. We just saw the startups growing up, the number of companies coming down, growing up. So we can always engage with them to provide them the precision instruments that they need. And other than that, I think ISET is a great opportunity for both India and US side for co-developed things. One of the things that straight away comes to mind, which is on the top of the ISET list, is the 5G. So 5G services. So I think there's a lot of things that we can do. Thank you. I won't take more of your time.
No, thanks, Amitabh. I want to talk to Govindarajan because you obviously, can you talk about what your company does? Because you come at this from a bit of a different angle in aggregating the capacity.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think we must acknowledge here that SATCOM services will definitely see the tremendous growth in furthering the connectivity in India. In a lighter vein, probably I can say that the SATCOM services probably can borrow the tagline, connecting India for the next decade. We must recognize that SATCOM services or the satellite technology were always considered as a standalone technology, independent of mobile networks and other terrestrial networks. With the development of technologies in the satellite sphere, especially satellites being built with the 5G architecture, so there is an integration between satellite and the other networks. Therefore, we are in fact seeing a lot of opportunities in the various applications with the integration of satellite and the mobile and other networks. Gone are the days where we used to say that satellite will only be used for connecting rural areas where fiber doesn't reach. That means we were only using satellite as supplement to other networks. Now they coexist. In fact, satellite complement the other networks in providing the various services. Just to say that the opportunities, of course, we all know that SATCOM services play a great role in cellular backhaul services and various other networks, broadband services, and most importantly, the emerging IoT, Internet of Things for various applications, especially if we want to reach the mines or farmlands, they play a greater role. On the defense sector, we must have recently seen that Kratos in US, they demonstrated their open space platform using their virtualized ground system to bring internet from space onto a smaller satellites used by soldiers. That means we can provide internet to defense personnel while on the move. So these are the opportunities which we can see.
Great. Jake?
I'm going to jump in here. I think we need to not think about platforms and technology. You need to think about end users and applications. India, and please take this as a son-in-law of India, India has to catch up in several markets and then has an opportunity to grow and lead in new markets. The three areas we need to catch up: direct-to-home internet two-way access. It's a service that's globally available, not available here. Broadband on airplanes, globally available, not here. And then you have mobility services, particularly in the military and the blue economy, vessels and so forth. Those are three huge markets globally that are very nascent, almost non-existent here, because there's a lack of a commercial SATCOM ecosystem. Then you have growth markets, IoT and machine-to-machine sorts of activities, right? And then there's satellite to mobile terrestrial integration, satellite directly to your phone. And then there's probably a new third application out there, some killer app that we have to think about that we haven't even thought of.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you talk a little bit, Jake, while I have you here, about how some of those technologies that you mentioned can help bridge the urban-rural divide that you see? I mean, certainly there's a goal to get more development into more parts of the country, the Northeast, elsewhere. How can some of those developments that you just mentioned help with that?
Yeah. So it's a great question. We hear a lot we talk about SATCOMs, but SATCOMs is really just comms. It's communications. How do we all interact? How do computers talk? How do people talk? How do we all interact together? And so India is clear that they want to lead on 6G technology. And without getting too much in the jargon, the difference between 5 and 6G, why we haven't fully decided or figured that out, there's two key elements. One is called ubiquity, and one is low latency, right? And so ubiquity, satellite means coverage everywhere. And so satellite's a perfect solution for India. So you can get these big, powerful spot beam satellites that cover all of India, and they can give you two-way internet access from the line of control to the Andaman Islands and everywhere in the Indian Ocean in between, right? And so that's certainly one way that India can kind of lead on one of these issues. And I'll just stop right there with that one example.
I'm going to come over to Mr. Prakash here for a moment. From an industry body standpoint, we heard about some of the FDI changes. Can you talk a little bit about some of the other policy changes that have been made in recent years that can actually support some of the transformation that we've been talking about for the first 15 minutes or so?
Great. There is a policy reforms, steady policy reforms been taking for the last 3 years, or rather 4 years. So first, 2018, Indian Telecom policy, which has become digital communication policy. The first time they talk about satellite liberalization. Then last year, we see three great policy being announced. Number one is the India Telecom Bill, which is a watershed movement. The age-old 1885 India Telecom Bill has been replaced. And then we have India Space Policy, and last but not least, the FDI. That has created a tremendous confidence and a very progressive thought, both in India and overseas, to look at it in India very seriously. This policy, I'm very sorry to say, on the ground, it is not reflecting the mood which my fellow colleague just said. I think fundamental is that every citizen has a right to be connected, digitally connected. It has not been happening. Still 50% of the rural population is not been connected, still living on 2G. How long they can live that? There is one generation is already passed. Our NOFEN project, which is we called Bharat Broadband Network, has failed miserably. So what it can deliver? It can deliver, as Jay and my other fellow colleague has just said, it is just need ubiquitous connectivity. It is right now, they need a change in policy. I think it's from the top level. The other policy has to come, which say it's a fundamental, every citizen has to be digitally connected. So that will pave way, because it is a terrestrial body which is leading, and we have been struggling on the spectrum side so widely. They have engaged us for 2 years rigorously to fight it out. And then finally, the India Telecom Bill has rest aside. So in my take is that we have to go a little far to achieve that goal. And we have to really, everybody in the House has to work toward that. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Was there a follow-up on that? Or?
Yeah, policy. I mean, I think the government of India should really be commended for how much has been done in the last few years. But also, we're not even halfway there. We should be honest with ourselves, right? These are steps.
This is a safe space.
Yeah, this is a safe space. These are the steps that have been taken are just the first initial steps to get us to a vibrant commercial ecosystem in general, but certainly SATCOM, which is one of the driving forces of space. I think we should probably say this. SATCOM predominates the space sector. It represents over 60% of the market, whether it's military, civilian, or commercial, whether it's you count the satellites in the sky, count the launchers. It's over half of the industry is SATCOM. You got to get SATCOM right, okay? And so where we are in this reform process is really monumental, but we got a lot more to do. And we talked about a space law bill. I think that's also important. It builds credibility and trust. But we also have to license these companies. And also, let's be clear, India, the government is the current provider of SATCOMs in India, right? And so if you're asking the private sector to invest billions of dollars, and these are billions of dollars in these systems, you know, and the government is the competitor and the regulator and the authorizer, right? That's going to give you pause to say, should I drop $1 billion to put in a competitive SATCOM system? And who's your competitor? Oh, it's the government, right? It's INSAT, it's NSIL, and they're commercializing that slowly, right? But, you know, I don't know if I should say this out loud, but I mean, you know, Intelsat was privatized in 2000, right? The Europeans followed suit sometime in 2005 or so, right? And so we're on the journey. But we have a way to go, and then you don't just want one company, you want 2, 3, 4 companies, and so we need to create this enabling environment that is enabling, right? I'll stop right there.
I know Govindarajan wants to respond to this one.
Just to add to what he said, the funny thing is, industry do not want government to regulate, but industry wants regulation. Industry do not want government to interfere, but industry want government to facilitate. So we are in a precarious situation. So in my opinion, the creation of InSpace is a very good thing, because they do exactly that. They formulate a regulation, but they don't regulate. They give authorization, and they just facilitate and monitor what's happening. I think we are evolving. In my opinion, policy is always evolving. We don't make one policy and stop there. So with the changing requirement of the industry and the country, the policy also will be evolved. I think we are in the right track.
Yeah. Going back to Amitabh real quick, in your intro, you walked through a lot of the different areas of opportunity, which was a really helpful, detailed overview. For anyone, starting with Amitabh, can you talk a little bit about the opportunities for U.S. industry, U.S. government, and and India to work together to enable some, or to bring some of those opportunities that you mentioned to fruition?
Yes, I think we did mention about a lot of opportunities, but you see, okay, first of all, let's take out the military space, because we will go through a lot of regulations, a lot of licensing, even to start talking about those things. But there's a huge opportunity out there. It's waiting. We hope the initiatives such as ISET and all will start easing out those things.
Does everyone know here what ISET is? Just making sure.
So it is the initiative in critical and emerging technologies, which is an initiative between NSA to NSA of both countries. And there are certain technologies that has been mentioned in the ISET documents, but those are not like binding things. It can always be expanded. I mean, quantum communications, quantum technology is certainly part of the ISET, which obviously forms part of the defense cooperation between India and US. So the way we look at it, there's a huge opportunity for India with the talent pool available and the growing talent pool to really plug into our US companies, providing them services out of India, the engineering services out of India. A lot of us are doing that, but not so much in the space sector. I think defense sector, we have been doing commercial, certainly we're doing a lot, but not so much in the defense and in space yet. So that's one great place which we are missing out right now. Other than that, I would say that even on the PNT, I mean, India has already launched their PNT satellites, but by their own admission, there's still some way off. So they should look at US companies to leapfrog the technologies, to get the new technologies. And I mean, we are not coming here to build the satellites, but we can certainly help the Indian companies with the payloads of the satellites that they require right now. It's just a question of whether you wait for 10 years to develop homegrown technologies, or you leapfrog it now and then cooperate with the US to look at what's next. What next can you do together? I mean, we are looking at China as a potential competitor and a potential threat also. So, and both the countries, I mean, it's not only India, but both the countries need have some way to go to even catch up out there. But I think if you go by technology area, imagery is another thing that comes to mind. I mean, space-based imagery, I'm not talking about terrestrial imagery. I think space-based imagery, the best payloads, as you know, is available today with the US. And is a huge opportunity for the Indian imagery companies, that geospatial companies, to actually plug in with, or the geospatialist spatial satellite makers to plug in with the US companies to get the payloads that they require today for those satellites.
Yeah. Amitabh, I want to get some of the other folks in as well on this. Any other thoughts on US-India collaboration?
A lot of things. Actually, the inaugural session probably provided all answers what we are seeking here. Being two large democracies, we speak common language. We are hungry to develop new technologies. People are creative, innovative. So there are a lot of opportunities to cooperate each other. So when I say cooperation, obviously, the first thing comes to my mind is sharing. So we need to share whatever, technology, resources, ground infrastructure, things like that, that helps build the economy for the benefit of both the countries and the world. So there are a lot of opportunities I can probably think of beside the strategic cooperation between the in the defense sector. Of course, that's, as we have talked, it's going on. See, when we say that it's a globalization of the space So obviously, we also have to act as one entity in that globalization. So capacity building is something I give a lot of importance. As Salil mentioned, in the last decade, we were not hearing capacity building, or we were not giving importance to the capacity building. Now we have given a different meaning altogether to the capacity building, incorporating a lot of things, making that as an inclusive subject. A lot of cooperation between India and US can exist in capacity building for the betterment of the future. Thanks.
Yep. I'll keep it actionable and again, sort of focused on end users. In SATCOM specifically, I think there's opportunities in the military cooperation arena. As our military start to engage, we need to interoperate on and communication central to all of that, applications for the warfighter and things of that nature. I think in that arena, India particularly can do really well in ground systems. It sort of feeds into some of their core competencies and sort of research and development and sort of manufacturing products. I think that's a real opportunity to work together on the MilSatcom side. The other area is more broad-based. I'd love to see sort of the American export financing institutions here, whether it's USTDA or the Import-Export Bank, and work with a lot of the startups in this room here to help develop the actual business plans for you all that you could then go to take to funders and then have some US government assistance that would then produce the systems and then service your particular end users. I've met at least 3 or 4 IoT startups in the last couple of days. I think that's an area with logistics that could be tremendous, and it's at a scale that I think is manageable for a maturing ecosystem.
Thanks. Mr. Prakash?
I think we are, the US is at the very vibrant stage at government-to-government level, the things are happening, but now I think on the business-to-business level, things are also taking space, the forum like this. And thanks to Jay for every month he's calling religiously US-India commercial space dialogue, and I think that's been in touch with us, update of what is happening in India, what's happening in US. And of course, the summit like ours, which is India Space Congress, which is next month, 26 and 28, it is going to talk about the same. I think this constant dialogue is moving forward. That is very important. So people get to know each other. So people are hearing India in the news or looking at that. But now here, people seeing it. I encourage people who have come from outside, please visit some of the Indian private sector capabilities. I think you will find it excellent, exorbitant. So I think I'll encourage that, and similarly, it will, until you see, you can react and you can work on it. So I think we are on the top of the curves. I think we are doing exactly, I think we have to need to do more. That's all I think. Thank you.
Thank you, and I know—
Sorry to jump in there. Our monthly calls are at 7 a.m. Monday morning, Eastern time, once a month. It's a total labor of passion. And we have at least 4 or 5 Americans that join that. Just shows that there's tremendous interest in the relationship.
Yeah, thanks, Jake. So I know we got started about 5 minutes late, so I'm going to ask our hosts for an additional 5 minutes here on the end so that we can see if there's any audience questions for our panel. Any? Usually only takes 1 to get started.
I think we're too lucid. No questions.
I see Nooper in the front row. Do you have a question? Help us get us started, Nooper.
Okay, there's one in the back. Hold. Okay, we've got one.
No free lunch.
Morning, sir. I'm Commander Rahul Verma from Tata Advanced Systems. And my question is direct to home. How is Starlink going to change if that regulation comes in, and why are we stopping it?
I mean, I'll jump in. I mean, you know, the direct-to-home market, certainly something new, just for folks that don't think about satellites all the time like we dream of them. So it's a low Earth orbiting satellite. It's a constellation, so it's close to the planet, and so it has low latency, but it moves, and so then it has to switch satellites. But it has ubiquitous coverage, and that was one of the services that I mentioned, right? So this enables, there are older iterations, but this is the next generation. And so in terms of throughput, your broadband at cost, it's a really great solution. what we've seen elsewhere in the markets is where the big, I guess, revolution that could provide is two things. One, it's called the donut hole. So in the major cities have connectivity, and then as you go farther out, you have a gap. And that's called, and then you go out to farther and farther out in the exurbs that we call in the United States. That's where the axis is. So you have people that generally are urban in nature, but a little bit farther out, not in the truly rural areas, but broadband on land hasn't got out there yet. And so you have these sort of circles of demand outside of cities, and they call it the donut hole. And then the other application, which is not discussed about a lot, is industrial applications. So things like mining and oil and factories and those sorts of things that often are out there in the rural areas, and many times they move. Fracking in the United States is an energy extraction, but it physically moves, and all you have to do is roll the communications or you have it with you. So I think it's going to have huge implications on those two markets. So the exurban, blue-collar, white-collar people that want broadband but aren't in the city, right? So IT folks could be, 50 kilometers out of town. And then the other areas, the industrial applications, which are tremendous, in terms of efficiencies and connectivities and things of that nature.
Yeah. Mr. Prakash, can you talk a little bit about what regulations might be standing in the way?
I think Rahul's question is that what's stopping it? No, nothing is stopping them. They already have got license from DOT, GMPCS license. Now they have also getting authorization from InSpace. I think that is already doing, and I think Old Road is set to provide services. I think nothing is stopping them. OneWeb is already launching their service very soon, I think by this year end. I think they will be also coming.
The spectrum issue is not 100% solved. We didn't talk about it, but the decision to allocate spectrum rather than auction spectrum was a very big debate in India.
All set, sir. All set.
But it hasn't been allocated yet.
No, but they are working on it.
Yeah.
Implementation part, they're working.
Yeah, so that's one.
We're working on it, which we need to, it needs to happen,
It
right?
means it's all set.
Yeah.
We don't need not to be worried about that. The spectrum will go into auction.
Yeah. Govindrajan?
I don't know whether the question was pertaining to assuming that Starlink becomes operational, how does it affect direct-to-home services? If that is the case, I must give you a preamble. You know that satellite traditionally has been used for broadcasting applications. In fact, we always used to say satellite is for point-to-multipoint and broadcast applications. So all our television channels are on satellite. That is now changing. The viewership of live linear television is changing to now streaming. So when that happens, obviously, if Starlink has got the capability to use their bandwidth to go to the home and stream the content, things will change. Whether the regulations currently allow that, obviously no. Whether will there be a change, technology probably may make the regulator to change the regulation.
Thanks very much. And with that, I think we are up on time. So I appreciate the question that we got from Tassel.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll close. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all the speakers for a wonderful conversation. It's 11:05 now. We will break for 10 minutes. We're serving tea and coffee outside. So we'd like to have all of you back into the room at 11:15. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to begin our next panel discussion on strengthening the role of women in the space industry. And we've got a power-packed panelist in the room. May I request all the panelists to come on stage? I'll call their names out. Ms. Divya Kala Bhavani from Dhruva Space, Ms. Rose Crozier from NOAA, Dr. Sangamitra Datta from NASA, and Ms. Nupur Singh from US Embassy, New Delhi. And I'd also like to invite Ms. Ayushi Chaudhary, aerospace journalist and communicator, who's going to moderate this session.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Thank you. All right, so I'm hoping you've all had your coffees and you're not sleepy and charged enough for an interesting discussion. Before we go into discussing some of the issues, I would like all my panelists to please introduce yourselves. You can all take 2 minutes. And what I would also like each of you to do is give me 2 words or 3 words that come to your mind when you think of the space industry, alongside telling about your work, what you do, and your journeys.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Divya Kala Bhavani, and I head up the public relations, communications, and marketing activities at Dhruva Space. I also am the co-chair of the Elevating Women Committee at SSPI, or SSPI-WISE, the Women in Space Engagement leg of SSPI. And I'm also a journalist by trade, grew up in Botswana, and I'm very excited to be here. Now, the 3 words about the space industry: an intriguing universe, I would say.
Good morning, I'm Rose Crozier. I'm an international relations specialist in the Office of Space Commerce, US Department of Commerce. My history, I was actually a history major, eventually diplomacy for my master's, and I started in the Air Force, where I picked up my space kind of orientation, working out at Vandenberg Air Force Base as a space operator. And then later on, completed my Air Force career, moved on to work for a nonprofit called the Center for Global Development. So I'm still a non-resident policy fellow there. And then I joined Commerce. And space, however, has always been a thread in that experience. So I'm very excited to continue to work in this ecosystem from a slightly different angle. And I guess my 3 words for space right now would be work in progress. Thank you.
Hello. I'm Shankhamitra Datta, and I also go by Mitra Datta. And I am a program executive at NASA headquarters. I have been with NASA, don't ask me for how long, 30 years, more than 30 years actually. So I'm basically a NASA person. But I did my undergraduate college here in India. So I feel that I have it both ways. And so for space, my 3 words will be: space is big and it's for everybody.
Good morning, all. My name is Nupur Singh. I work as the Science and Technology Specialist with the US Embassy in New Delhi. I cover a broad range of portfolio, including AI, quantum, space, and health issues. My background is biotechnology, even though I work on space, AI, and biotech. But that's how science is. It opens the sky for you as long as you are inspired enough to pursue science. When it comes to space, I think space inspires us all. How it inspires us is different for different individuals. Some people would want to just look at the sky and dream big. Some people would like to research on space. Some would like to start businesses in space. So that's how I perceive space. Thank you.
All right. We do have a diverse set of panelists here coming from various backgrounds. So why don't we start with talking about how important diversity is when it comes to the various perspectives. And I don't mean just in terms of gender, but also in terms of the different backgrounds that all of you come for. And why is it important to have that sort of a diverse perspective in the industry, given how we are progressing ahead? And why don't we start with you, Divya?
Great question. So I'm very lucky to be part of a startup, right? You're in a very agile kind of stage where you're very proactive in helping shape a lot of how the company might be moving forward. So one of the biggest privileges, I think, is also working with leadership who believes in the same and also wants to see change actively happen or progress actively happen. And so going from diverse perspectives as well is having a very open kind of conversation about how DEI is approached, even asking really tough questions and also answering tough questions as well. Because yes, these kind of conversations can be very tricky, but if we don't tackle them straight on and honestly, it's going to be very tough moving forward to actually enact change as well. And I think coming from a PR and comms and marketing perspective, it has to really start from within. It has to start internally, sensitization, and how you kind of move forward in terms of how is your brand looking outwardly as well. So going into both technical and non-technical talent pools as well is also incredibly critical. Technical backgrounds may have their perspective, non-technical backgrounds may have their perspective on the same topic. So I've been very privileged and very lucky to take all of those perspectives and inform how the company kind of moves forward in that aspect, and working with leadership who bring different perspectives to also kind of help me shift my perspective in a much more forward way, if that answers your question, Ayushi.
Yes, it does. Thank you, Divya. Rose, would you like to add to that?
Yes. So looking at diversity is also kind of diversity of sectors. So I'd say sometimes the space community can be a solution looking for a problem, and I'd reverse it, people who are coming from agriculture really understand the challenges associated with agriculture, the kind of data, the kind of connectivity, the kind of things they would need to be able to work better, and it needs to be together with space in order to find practical, pragmatic solutions that are real beyond just the pretty PowerPoint slide. So that diversity of backgrounds and experiences, both gender and life, are so critical to a really robust, diverse, and useful space ecosystem.
Dr. Datta, if you also can add to that, but since you also have a lot of experience, if you can also share with us, how have you seen when there are diverse perspectives coming in? How have you seen that making a difference in certain projects that you've worked with?
Thank you for the question. Diversity is definitely important, as my previous two panelists already mentioned. And diversity does not mean just the gender diversity. It's the background, what you are, everybody contributes. That's the cooperation. That's the shared value. And when everybody contributes, I think it is 5 physicists cannot solve a problem alone. So you need, maybe an engineer, thermal engineer, electrical engineer. So diverse background in that form is very important. And in my personal experience, I would say when I first went to the US as a graduate student, I was the only woman physics graduate student in the lab. And then after finishing my PhD there, most people were doing theoretical physics. There were a few more women in there, but I was doing experiments. Then I went to Germany for my postdoctoral experience. I was the only woman postdoc, or in the whole group of about 15 graduate students, I was the only one. There was no other woman graduate student, no other woman postdoc. So, I grew up being alone, and being different. But then in NASA, I find that there are many more women, and there are women engineers, women scientists, and it is also changing over the time. It's evolving. There are women in leadership position. So that's the gender diversity we are talking about. But again, when people ask me, young women ask me, how do you get to NASA? Because everybody wants to, who are interested in space, wants to go to NASA. And I always tell them, you do not always have to do just math and science. That's great, but you can have other background because you have to be a communicator. And particularly what I find is people with liberal arts background, they explain and they grasp much more, over a wide variety of topics. And typically science and engineering disciplines, they become more focused, they're more in-depth. So we need people with different type of background, educational background. And people talk differently, people think differently. I remember when I was a young engineer or technologist in NASA, we used to go to trainings and they will mix us up. Somebody working in procurement will be sitting in the same group, and we were doing group discussion, having to solve a problem, and how everybody thinks differently from our background, from our work experience. We think differently, and the solution is stronger. It comes out much better. So we need definitely diversity, not in gender, but in education, work experience, cultural difference, Everybody thinks differently, everybody speaks differently, and we need to be inclusive. We need to be more tolerant to each other, and the more we do it, and we are here to show that you can do it. We can do it. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I would start by saying diversity drives innovation. But diversity, as Sanghmitra just said, diversity has a very broad definition. You could have gender diversity, you could have diversity of backgrounds, diversity of nationality. So of course, when you have a diverse set of people coming together to innovate, you certainly have better outcomes. That's what we try and do as part of the US government. We promote collaborations so people can connect, collaborate, and support each other and develop new ideas that can solve challenges, of the world. So that's how I feel it. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I cannot agree more with all of you how you've said how diversity is important. Just from my personal experience coming from a non-technical background and then finding my space in the space industry has been quite exciting for me because while I'm an aerospace journalist by profession, I like to call myself a space enthusiast by passion. And I think the industry is definitely seeing a change that way where we have people from diverse backgrounds coming in. However, I would also like to pick on your word, Divya. You mentioned intriguing. Why would you say that the industry has been like that? Or if you could share some experience with us where you felt that.
So much like Ayushi, I am also a journalist by qualification, so we're very wise with our words, so intriguing was very intentional. I think coming from a non-technical background as well, I was always very fascinated by anything to do with space, satellites, technology, because I could not do maths, physics for the life of me, but I think coming from that storyteller perspective and watching these, landmark space stories from my living room from when I was growing up was probably one of the most inspiring things. And I remember reading about, Kalpana Chawla and Sunita Williams and thinking, these fantastic women of color achieving things that I was dreaming about at night. It's so intriguing how they would have navigated those challenges of DEI, which we today, sitting here, could not imagine what they were experiencing when they were growing up as well. So, and of course, there's a technical side of it as well. I work with engineers who have probably done some pretty remarkable work and are still yet to do a lot of remarkable work. And also coming to events like this, meeting people who, are so excited to collaborate. Yes, there's so much sense of shared innovation, which and that's what's so intriguing. That is what's so intriguing is that it's so multifaceted and it's so flavored with all of these spirited collaborations. And I'm very lucky that I'm sitting here and really being a part of what the next 5, 10, 20 years could look like.
Absolutely. Dr. Datta, you were talking about how initially when you started and there were times when you were alone or you were the only woman, while I like all of us to be not seen as just women space journalists, women scientists, but rather as scientists and journalists and so on. But I think all of us had those experiences where we're just entering a room which is dominated by men, in specifically our industry. Of course, things are changing, but how has that experience been? How did you navigate? And if there are certain tips that you have?
Hello. That's an interesting question. I would say you have to be yourself, and you have to be confident and comfortable about what you do, what you know, and people will recognize you. That's how I see it. And also, I remember I went to the college, undergraduate college here in Calcutta. I still call it Calcutta, although people here call it Kolkata. We were in a class of physics students, 24 boys and 4 girls. And that year we were too many, like there used to be like 1 or 2. On the other hand, there were in the liberal arts departments, there will be mostly women and maybe 1 boy or 2 boys in a group of 20 or 10 girls in English honors. So that's how it used to be. And we used to, we noticed that the men there, they used to come to the physics department to mix with more men. But we always stuck together with our physics bunch. And we could do that because we all felt comfortable with ourselves. And same thing happened when I went to the US to do my PhD in physics again. The big difference I noticed was I was alone, but that was not the case when in India. We were never told that, I was never told definitely, that you cannot do physics or you cannot do math, and not in our school either. Teachers used to encourage students who are good in math, okay, do math, and I could not, I was looking at your comment about you didn't like math, and math was the only thing I could, I speak the language, my other language is math, so that's what I loved, people are different. But anyway, when I went to the US, I found that not everybody is encouraged, even at the little girls' school level, to do math or science. So that's sad. So that's where I felt like there is a need for pushing that you can do it. It's not that just because you are a girl, you cannot do it. So I actually personally worked on programs that NASA used to have, which was called SISTER. I forget the acronym now. It's so many years ago. That will encourage young girls, young women to do science and physics and math. And now I would say that it is not whether you're a girl or a boy, but rather what your passion is. You should follow that instinct. And I must quote at least one person here. He is C.N. Yang. He was a Nobel laureate physicist, 1957 Nobel Prize winner. And C.N. Yang was a professor in Stony Brook. At some point of my physics stint, I spent a semester in Stony Brook. And C.N. Yang used to give incoming graduate students a lecture. And everybody used to go and listen to him. And he said he came from China to do PhD in physics, and he wanted to do experiments. So he was in University of Chicago, I believe. And so within a very short time, he found that there is a saying going around, where there is a bang, there is yang. So any instrument he will touch, it will malfunction or things will not work. So very soon he learned that that's not his field. That's not where his mind is. So he switched to theoretical physics. He didn't want to do experiment anymore. And of course, he won Nobel Prize, right? So, and his takeaway point was that you have to follow your passion, where your heart is. So whatever you do, I think, I'm talking to all adults here, but everybody already, found your space, found your passion, and you are following that. But when I talk to young people, I always tell them, follow your passion. You will be successful. And that's how I think, as a young woman, when I felt that I was alone, I just was comfortable with, doing my physics, following my passion, and that's how I navigated myself. And I have the same story for others.
Thank you so much, Dr. Datta, for that answer. Rose, I would like you to talk about international cooperation when it comes to that, since you deal with international relations. What role can international cooperation play in influencing that inclusivity, specifically between India and US, since that's our focus today?
Yeah, so every country, every region has their culture, has their mix of what's normal when it comes to gender ratios. So I think it's useful to expose each other to those norms and kind of find the best practices between them to move forward. There's also tools that the U.S. has in order to kind of bring forth our international women and find opportunities. Sometimes we're able to invite a few more women to a program, like a few extra seats, so we'll try to do that. Super happy to always participate in events like this, where we can sit the stage with esteemed colleagues like I have here. And kind of, by example, just be present in as many ways that we can.
Anything since you're also talking about the startups here, and there again, how do you see that the startups, the companies that are coming in, how do they play a role here, and what kind of initiatives they can take?
So that's definitely a big and broad question, and one I'm very happy to answer. I think in terms of, going off of Rose's point in terms of context is so important in building relationships globally, and this is something that startups can definitely learn early on in their company journey as well. Initiatives should focus on localized context globally, and they should also understand that, fix systems if you want to really enhance collaboration. If you want a uniform system in terms of communication, whether you're marketing products or marketing co-innovation as well, all of these things should be looked as, in terms of your long chain, your value chain of partnership. What does your partnership look like in 5 years? What does your partnership look like in 10 years? What does it look like in a non-technical format as well? And making sure that at the table, at your company, all stakeholders are sharing inputs on how that journey looks as well. So, and I'm seeing a lot of that happen at different startups as well, and I really hope it continues to happen as startups evolve into SMEs, MSMEs, and potentially OEMs as well.
Another piece too is when we talk about kind of growing the population of women involved in space, we often do start with like, well, we have to begin at kindergarten, and encourage through STEM. And argue, yes, that is an important effort, but drawing from all ages and stages is completely is critical. So as mentioned, I'm a history major. I was firmly in the liberal arts section. I've always loved science fiction, and what really won me over to this industry was the practical application. This technology is competitive, and it's like helping leapfrog efforts. It's helping us make smarter decisions, and that's what drew me in as someone who's focused on history and policy, and what are those turning points in human history that has really made a difference and improved lives. So I think space is a critical tool, and that's how I was recruited. So mid-career to really get into space. So I think, as companies are working to kind of actively draw in those people that are not necessarily sitting in a position that has space in the title.
Absolutely. I think it's very important that we bring in all stakeholders. Nupur, if you could help us with certain initiatives that are in place for not just women, but young professionals and students coming in wanting to enter the space sector. what are some of the initiatives that we have that they can look at?
Sure. I think, I mean, I would just start by saying that the world needs more women in STEM in the US, in India, and everywhere. So of course, when it comes to promoting more women in STEM, we have a State Department's program called Tech Women, which promotes mentoring and networking opportunities for women in STEM for women from countries including Africa, South and Central Asia, and Middle East, and together with their counterparts in the US. So it provides professional growth opportunities to women in STEM. So that's for women. For when you talk of young girls, I think it was last month that the US Vice President Kamala Harris, who is also the chair for the US National Space Council, she announced a call for action to basically bring the benefits of space to the American community. And as part of that, the US International Space Station National Laboratory, they have come up with a program to promote space education in young students. So this program basically provides tools to students to become next generation explorers, space explorers. It provides opportunities for students to communicate with astronauts at the International Space Station, as well as provide kits to students to conduct ISS experiments at the classroom level. So those initiatives are in place, and I think the situation is improving, but there's a long way to go, and but I have high hopes. Thank you.
All right. We've also all, I think, had an influence. Divya mentioned, Rose mentioned about science fiction and how we all get fascinated by space as a subject when we see those things. Science fiction is important, and it is also a form of, say, communication in a way where a lot of the audience is exposed to what are the possibilities. So in those terms, if you could, Divya, I'll start with you. If you could talk about communications, how not just in terms of, yes, there's one side of telling stories, which is definitely important, but how also you were talking about startups that need to look at communication, and how can that be leveraged in terms of growing their business?
I think one of the biggest and most wonderful traits of any communicator is listening. What is your startup doing to solve a larger or big picture problem? And how will communication enable that problem solving? Whether it's through marketing, whether it's through business development, whether it's through other public relations activities as well. The list goes on and on. And I think it's skill agnostic as well, in that sense, whether you're sitting in a technical review meeting and you're not in a communication sector at all, whether you're in a leadership meeting, whether you're at an event like this. It's really important that those kind of skill sets are honed, and like Rose said, at a very, very early age as well. In terms of being a startup, I've noticed that there's a real hunger for people who want to know how to really, really push the best version of themselves while also being in the spirit of their company or being in the spirit of their industry. Because at the end of the day, like Dr. Datta ma'am said, passion is what's driving everybody here. And the position that I'm in, or the position that Ayushi is in, or the position that everyone here is in, is that we're all trying to really build pillars to make sure that you're making for the global market at the end of the day. What gives you a competitive advantage? What are these key questions that we also have to ask ourselves? So when you're answering those questions, you actually come up with a very, very beautiful messaging for your company, and there are different ambassadors at your company who would be going out into the world and talking about what makes their company special, what makes their job special, what makes their skill set special as well. So I have that very lucky privilege of working with so many different people in and outside of my company, where I get to listen to these great stories and translate that into something that is marketable, something that is something that is really memorable in someone's mind at the end of the day as well. Whether that's a story on how, I mean, I was listening to how one of my engineers was working 3 days straight before one of our satellite launches, and she had this light bulb moment, and you know, while I can't relate to that story, it's a story that I definitely want to help her share with the world, because that's something that a lot of people in her industry would relate to as well. So, and how does that build business development? It definitely builds validation, it builds credibility, and it builds a lot of trust in the industry as well. And it's all about showing up to work, showing up and doing your best every single day, and making sure that what you're doing for the global market is something that resonates for the long term, and also produces an MVP at the end of the day too.
Okay. Yeah, excellent point. And I want to add to something like, you know, when you communicate the startup, you talked about, you know, who is the end user? And that's, I think, in our previous panel, it was that point came up about the end user. And that's where also the diversity comes, because we have to think about stakeholders. You have to have your stakeholders to support you, and you have to make sure that you are doing what they want. At the same time, you have to think about who your end users are, and you have to reach out to them. So for example, you know, in our NASA work, we are, you know, this particular mission, NISAR, it's going to do, look at it's an Earth observing mission. It's going to look at changes that's happening. Now, how is that going to affect a farmer on the ground, or a person who is thinking about a fisherman, or you know, disaster response? So there are different people at the other end of using the data that we produce, that NASA produces. So that end user community is also very diverse, and you have to cater to them, because we are, you know, liable to Congress, US Congress, using the money. What are we doing for the people? You know, your constituents are our people, are waiting to hear from us. What is there in it for me? So you have to think about that end user community, bring in the diversity, and explain to them, communicate to them what, and also that's where, you know, this data processing. It's a startup company. India has a lot of innovative technologies and all. So I am looking forward to a day when the data, this huge set of data that all these you know, NASA mission satellites are going to produce, how are we going to reduce them? How are we going to make it usable to the very end user? You know, that's what happened, I think, in India when Grameen Bank came up, and, you know, all that, you know, a person in the very village, they could go to the bank and they could take care of things. So similarly, I think we have to think about who is my end user and how I can reach out to them and what language they speak. What is the easiest way I can reduce the data to the level that they can open their cell phone and think about when to sow my seeds, or when the rain is coming, or the fisherman, you know, if the bad weather is coming or not, whether I should be going out or not. So all these things, that's the diverse end user that we have to reach out to.
Absolutely. You've answered my next question that I was about to ask you, Dr. Datta, because I think it cannot be emphasized enough that, like you talked about NISAR, what are its implications that are going to be? And it's really important that those things are put out and that information is out for people to understand why are these missions being carried. Also there, because NISAR is a mission that US and India is doing, and you've been closely involved. So, and there are different cultures, different structures both countries follow. How have you seen that structural and cultural differences? And how has that come out when both the countries are cooperating for this mission?
Oh, this is an excellent question. You know, I have seen over the last 10 or 12 years how it evolved, how it changed, the focus. Because I remember our focus in NASA doing a satellite mission in the be it space science or earth science, is mostly to do science. Because in the US, there are other organizations, they are taking care of other needs for the US government. So NASA is just one arm, they were doing science. That's our work. On the other hand, at that time, I remember ISRO, Chairman ISRO at that time was, I'm missing the name because he's the one who signed the MOU, IA. So Dr. Radhakrishnan. Dr. Radhakrishnan came and he mentioned that in our country, I have to think about roti or rocket because I have to think about how it's going to help my country, the people. So ours is more application oriented. And over the years, I have noticed how we are shifting, and NISAR actually has, if you go to the website, I do not have the time, I can speak forever, but you will see how many applications it's going to touch. There are so many white papers you will see that it's going to help, because that's now the big selling point for NISAR, that it's going to help the humanity. It's the disaster response, it's water, fresh water, it's the carbon cycle, it's the carbon budget, it's the resource management, whatever. So there's so many applications that we shifted. And on the other hand, at that time, ISRO was sending mostly satellites, Earth-observing satellites, weather, and all that. But now they're also going into Aditya. They're going into space program. They are doing some AstroSat. So, ISRO, we could influence each other. We could prove to each other that, what is the advantage of doing other type of, other side of the story. So from application to science was the transformation I noticed in ISRO. Whereas on the NASA side, we are working from science to applications. So it's such a wonderful, change that I have noticed in my experience under this cooperation.
Thank you for sharing that, ma'am. You touched upon, so there's science, there's technology, there is also policy, and there are a lot of these aspects. It's a broad spectrum that we have in the industry when we are going ahead. So maybe Nupur and then Rose, you could add, what kind of strategies and certain policies that we can look at internationally? Because like we were discussing, ma'am was mentioning, there are certain structural changes, structural differences, there are certain cultural differences that will exist. So when we have to collaborate and work cooperatively, how do you go about that? And what are some of the strategies that are in place or that you think should be there going ahead?
Thank you. So I think there's a need to connect and collaborate to create opportunities across the board, be it for space education for young girls, or be it for women scientists who want to pursue space. So I can think of, creating programs on mentoring for women in space, creating programs that can build strong networks for women in space, which can help women, pursue their journey in space and also realize their full potential. So I think there are programs that exist already. We just need to make sure that women around have equitable access to those programs so that the scale of the impact is much more than what it is now. And between the two governments, we have the joint committee meeting on science and technology, and women in STEM is a big priority of that dialogue. So we continue to push for bilateral opportunities to work together and promote women in STEM in general. So I think the opportunities are limitless, and and we are on the right path. And we'll keep on working as much as we are able to going forward. Thank you.
Rose, if you could add from your experience some of the strategies and policies that are in place.
Sure. I'll actually call back to my military experience. In the U.S. military, each of the services is a little different. For the Air Force, it has the highest number of women, about 20%, which is pretty good. And at the same time, the distribution of women in different subjects is pretty wild. So if you're in something like intelligence, it's about 50-50. If you're in healthcare realm, I think it skews a little more toward women than men. If you're a soldier in the front line somewhere, it drops down to like 4 or 3%. You know, so you're seeing like a difference depending on the career field. But it still takes the entire team, that sort of team mentality that brings the strengths of these different career fields together to achieve a singular objective. I think is an overall ethos that has been very helpful. And so you could map that over to space and say, okay, in policy, in law, you know, the overlaps of space, there's maybe more equal women and maybe even few more women than men, you know. But as the greater ecosystem, as a team, you know, we still are contributing substantially to the evolution of our global space ecosystem. So it's not so bleak, you know, and even my own 16-year-old daughter, she's very interested in space, and the message she's getting at this age even is like, well, it's got to be STEM. You know, that's how you get into this industry. And I'm 100% supportive of that path. I think that's fantastic. But it's not the only path, and we need to constantly repeat that, you know, because I think a lot of women self-select out of the space industry because they just don't think that, oh, I'm not a physicist, so, you know, therefore this isn't a job for me. So we need to do more active outreach for that, would be my 2 cents. And also some other practical changes made in the military that I think helped our culture. And that, for example, was paternity leave. You know, so it used to be that the only way you got leave, you know, as a parent, was if you were having given birth recently, and it was only 6 weeks, which was too short, I can tell from personal experience. But men got nothing, and the expectation was that, like, oh, you had a baby, great, see you tomorrow. You know, there was no room for kind of family life, for life balance. And since they changed that policy, and now men are actively encouraged to take those 3 weeks off to be with their family and form those early bonds, created a new expectation that it was okay for you to be great at your job and still have a family, you know? So that kind of equalizing made a real tectonic shift, I think, in the relationship between men and women and working collaboratively on the same plane. And it hasn't also meant, practically speaking, that women are not as impacted in their career by having children. And I think for the first, you know, until that policy changed, you know, as recent, I think it was like within the last 5 years, I think there's a demonstrable impact when women start having families. You know, their career would slow down because they would be forced to step out or not go to that training or not do that deployment. So it's kind of an active, so we can look to other sectors to find patterns and best practices and pull them into ours. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you so much, Rose. You've helped me segue to my next question, where while we know what are the challenges, we often talk about some of the challenges that women face in the industry and the lack of representation and why representation is important. And it's good to see more and more of us coming up and representing women. But I also want to talk about, like you mentioned, how it's also important to have allies, and not just women, but even the men in the industry. How important is that for them to also be allies in helping women, in strengthening women's role when it comes to the industry? If you could add to that.
Sure. There's so many subtle things, like talk about work culture. Where do you find your mentors? You know, where do you know, that's just so important in your development and envisioning yourself in leadership positions in the future. Is it on the golf course? Is that super women friendly? You know, is it at the bar? Like, you know. So making a deliberate decision to have those mentorship kind of gathering connections, networking events in gender neutral scenarios is I think important, and I think it has to be deliberate. I think a lot of that kind of stuff happens when people aren't even thinking about it. So it's taking a moment to recognize what does your environment look like from a women's perspective, and then having a conversation of like, how can we make this more inclusive, like in a real and a pragmatic way, not theoretical, you know, not even via a panel, you know, but in day-to-day life. I think that's a really important step that any company or organization can take.
Just to add what Rose just said, I think, you know, women in STEM, it's not a women's issue, it's a societal issue, it's a global issue. And we cannot have a dialogue on inclusion without having the dialogue being inclusive. So that's what I think.
And I think what I'd also like to see in the future? While it's great that we are having this panel and it's exciting to have all of you here and share the stage with, but I think it'll be interesting to see men also being included in panels like this, sharing their point of view, their perspectives, and having more women in other panels as well. And I think that is something that going ahead, when more of these events happen, I would love to see, because these events are a great opportunity for things like that. And this is a very small change, but I think it's pretty important, and I would love for that to happen. Since we were also talking about opportunities and we are sort of running out of time, I would like if each of you could share the most exciting opportunity that you had in your career, or any of the exciting missions that you worked with. Also add a superpower that your career specifically needs. Dr. Datta, would you like to start?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. We'll change the order. It's good.
Okay. The most exciting opportunity I thought I got was when I went to Germany as a postdoctoral fellow. I finished my going from India as a graduate student to the US, there was a big cultural shift. So, and it was not internet era. I'm not going to tell you which year that was. So there was no email, and yeah, so it was primitive in those days, what we are seeing today. And then, after finishing my PhD, I got married in the meantime. I met my husband there, and then, he was very supportive of my career. I went to Germany because I got a very prestigious fellowship. So he was the first one to tell me, yeah, you should go. What happened, he was already a professor in the US, so he just could not go with me, but he was visiting me very frequently. We spent most of our time on the phone or on air travel. But I think that made me an independent person, because when you are outside of the influence of your very near and dear one, this is something I tell everybody, the young women particularly, that you have to get out of your comfort zone. At home, you are being cared for, when you are small, when you are young, and then you go out to college, still you are pretty much with your friends, they look like you, they talk like you, that's how you become friends. But then you get into the either work field, and that's where, it's different. There are men, there are women, and not everybody is as friendly as you thought your college roommate was. So to have a training for that, I think it is best to go out and get out of your comfort zone, be independent, do everything yourself. And again, I'm talking to, preaching to the choir here, everybody already passed that phase. But because of your question, how we can encourage, what is that they need to do is get out of the comfort zone and experience it and do it. And the other thing is this mentorship. You have to find a mentor, and I would say I personally had different mentors at different stages of my career, and I do not think a woman mentor has to be your mentor. I had men and women both as my mentor, and also networking is very important. If I want to have a seat at the table, I cannot just say because I'm a woman, just put me there, but rather I have to prove my value to the men who are mostly sitting at the table, that, she has important point to make. She has experience. So you create that on your own to get a seat at the table. And it is not because, and that networking, that has to happen. I believe women cannot be conscious that I cannot go to the bar, or I cannot do this, but rather go there, spend some time, enjoy some time, free time with your colleagues, who could be mostly men, and that's where you network. That's where you meet people. That's how you know what's going on in the field. And similarly, you go out with, network with your other women colleagues and find out, how they got to the point where they're at. And if you admire someone, then, ask her to be your mentor. And That's how I think people can move forward.
Sorry, was that to me?
Yeah, would you like to add to that? I'd also asked if you could also share, like ma'am said, about confidence and about walking and going out there, networking and talking. If there's a superpower that your trade required, like a skill that you think was needed during your career.
Sorry, so if we're talking about a superpower that I wish I had I think cloning myself and being at 5 places at once. If you're talking about like a mythical superpower, because there's so much happening in the industry and there's so many, and of course, if you're going on about like what missions, going back to your question in terms of what missions I've been very lucky to be a part of. Dhruva's had 4 great missions in the last 2 years, and we've launched 8 payloads as well. So, and I think that's one of the most, being part of a sequence of rapid fire events like that is definitely challenging, but I always believe that opportunities are challenged as disguised as challenges. And you're building this community within your company, and you're also building this community across the industry when you're able to be a part of these campaigns to show your capability, to build a validation, to show how your network can really thrive in that sense. I'm gonna go to like this very specific moment. So we launched our first satellites in November 2022. And I think one of the best things of that day was, we rented out a movie theater. We had our friends and family sitting in that movie theater watching the launch vehicle lift off. And seeing the tension on everyone's faces with their family was truly something to, there's no words to describe it. Even 2 years later, I cannot describe what that moment was like. Because obviously it was not over at that point. Anyone in the satellite industry knows that the mission's not over, it's just begun at that point. So we drove at like top speed back to the office, and we went from like this massive movie theater to like 40 people around a monitor to watch that onboard camera deploying the satellites. And I don't think anyone was thinking in that moment of what that would be, because what are the expectations? What are we going to put out there? What are the expectations on us? What are the self-expectations as well? So we just had a couple of people with iPhones nearby just recording, and when that moment of the satellites deploying into orbit was captured, the screams around the office were, like, everyone just became like little kids watching fireworks. It was one of the most candid, raw, and authentic moments. And it's times like that as working in PR and marketing, those are the moments you want to capture. And I was like, okay, no filtering, just put it on Twitter, just send it off. And everyone who had really stood by us over those last few years, they were really part of that journey as well. And I think the best campaigns have been the one where absolutely everyone is included. And also the ones that are the most raw in that sense, the ones that are not so curated and haven't gone through 4 filters. But I think in terms of just those moments when you see different engineers, like everyone in the value chain of making that satellite mission happen, that's when you're part of something very, very magical. So yes, I also still wish that I could clone myself, for sure.
Thank you for sharing that, Divya. Since we've been talking about networking, I know a lot of that networking happens off the stage, and so we won't delay it further and stand between your lunch and the networking that you all have to do. But before we close on, are there any questions that anybody wants to ask any of our panelists? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, it's an interesting one. Women in space is always very, very special. And myself, I'm Dr. Srimati Kesin from Space Kids India. I've been advocating this for the last 10 years. And the satellite that we recently built was with 750 girls from humble backgrounds from Kashmir to Kanyakumari for the 75th independence. The thing was, after the launch, all these moments were there because these girls come from humble backgrounds. The spelling of space was something totally out of, their context. And it was special moments in their life. But ultimately, what happened was, when this was out in media and everything, there were a lot of brickbats. There were some people backlashing and stating that, why would these girls, why would you spend so much money? It was straight, honestly. Why did you have to spend so much money on this mission? Rather, you could have given them education for another 3 years because, they come from humble backgrounds and probably some want to pursue their masters or something. So you should have done that. I think it's a waste of time, money, and energy to be doing this. So it was hurtful. It was really hurtful. And, but maybe because it's hurtful and I took it up as a challenge, and we are coming up with another mission like that. And this time it's going to be global because we just started rolling out the last 2 weeks. And I'm so glad that all of you are passionate about it. And I'm going to knock at all your doors for support. So please stand by. But what do you really think? Is this a waste of money and energy to engage these high school students, 8th grade until 10th grade, who have no mentors whatsoever? The teachers cannot explain to them what this is. They do not have access to labs or anything. So is it a good thing to do this? Or, am I doing something wrong that, I keep always getting this backlashing?
No, I think it's absolutely amazing what you're doing, and the actual education definitely happens more with the experience that all of these girls get exposed to working on something like this at such a young age. So I think these kind of criticisms or everything will come. The nature of our industry is such, it's such a vulnerable subject, such a vulnerable industry that we are always at the helm of receiving backlash as well. Our missions have so many stages, but if one thing doesn't work out, there's always a lot of criticism that comes in. But I think it's a great way to just instigate their passion and get them to understand how things actually work. And if any of you would like to add to that.
I think many of us have probably experienced a backlash of different degrees, for our decisions, and culturally we're conditioned, I think, often to be pleasers, like to go along, get along, fix the situation, make sure everybody's happy. And really, it's not compatible with following your passion or kind of doing new things. You kind of having to break stuff along the way a little bit. And sometimes that is the expectation of what women and girls can do, even if they're from very remote locations or haven't had, big, obvious opportunities come along. So thank you for doing your work. I think that's fantastic.
Thank you.
And it's in the right spirit.
Thank you. Because, if the mission fails, there are spaces like that. It's difficult, to predict anything. And many a times it fails. But this particular mission, they are so specific and, why did you have to spend so much money? You could do it for their education. But thank you. Thank you for, supporting, and thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing your... I don't think we have time for another question. So maybe you can take it offline. We are running out of time. So we'll just close in on our panel.
No, actually, it is not a question. I just want to make a remark if it is allowed.
Yeah, sure, sir, if it's a short one.
Yeah, very, very short one. Okay. Why are we discussing this topic? Strengthening the role of women in space industry. I think for the 1 hour we have heard this, but exactly I have not understood what exactly it is being debated. I just like to make 1 or 2 points. When we say women and strengthening the space industry, what we need to really provide our women folk workers so that they become more productive and more efficient and more energetic. So when we say that there is a difference between men and women at the working environment, whether we can say that we can give them the flexible working hours, or when they are working round the clock on the missions, whether we are able to make some retiring rooms, and then what exactly is need to be done. When you say that, STEM is one, okay, sir, But the thing is, when you talk from the rural or from the background, you bring up the women is fine. But when you say, in this context, strengthening the role, see, especially in India, it is happening. In ISRO, if you take, there are so many women scientists who are holding the top positions. Maybe a day you will see the chairperson of ISRO also a woman. That's number one. The second thing is, in India, for the US community, what I wanted to say, for in India, it is already started. For example, this year, the Republic Day celebrations, Prime Minister of India has taken a special initiative to invite 200 plus women scientists to the Republic Day parade. Like VVIPs, they have been treated. And the Minister of Space for the Space has given a special reception for them. And then it was exchanged how the women can further take the nation not only in the space, but also in all the spheres of science, technology, whatever the STEM we are talking about it. So kindly address the issue when you talk about women, what exactly we can do to strengthen, not only in space, in every aspect of the industry. When you are focusing on the space, what exactly we need to do it. I thought this is one statement I would like to make.
Thank you, sir. Sorry for cutting you short. I think we're running short on time. I'd like to thank all the panelists for a wonderful conversation. It was truly inspiring. I'd request all the panelists to sort of stay back so that we can get a picture. For the rest of the audience in the room, we'll be breaking for lunch. But we're going to have a very interesting conversation over lunch. So please go out, grab some food. We'll begin by 12:30. So you can get in your plates here and listen into the next conversation. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to begin our next conversation, a very interesting conversation on the US-India Commercial Space Working Group and its activation and what it means for the two countries. I would like to call upon Ms. Rose Crozier from NOAA to please come on stage. Dr. Subramaniam, Joint Secretary, Department of Space, to also join us on the dais, and Ms. Carrie Arun from US Consulate in Chennai to join the conversation as well. And this conversation is going to be moderated by Mr. Lakshendra Singh, Senior Associate at TMT Law Practice. So can I request all of you to please join us on the stage, and we'll begin momentarily.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for taking out the time to be here today. These are very exciting times indeed, and we have a very interesting panel here. I'll allow them to introduce themselves, but before we start, I want to quickly touch upon certain things, such as the importance of space commerce and what does it mean. Going back to 2012, the OECD defines space economy as the full range of activities and the use of resources that create value and benefits to end users in the course of exploring, researching, understanding, managing, and utilizing space resources. To create a space economy, we have to enable space commerce. And to that end, the sub-working group focused on space commerce was established, and this is the 5th sub-working group, in fact, under the aegis of the India-US Civil Space Joint Working Group. As we have seen over this year, India has introduced a lot of regulatory and policy changes which are complementary to the focus of this subgroup. With that context, I would request the panel to introduce themselves, please, starting with Rose.
Hello again, Rose Crozier from the Office of Space Commerce within the Department of Commerce. I'm based in Washington, D.C.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Subramaniam. I'm Joint Secretary in the Department of Space. I handle enterprises, policy, and legal matters there. And I'm also the co-chair for India-US under the Civil Space Joint Working Group. We have a subcommittee on space commerce. I co-chair along with Mr. Richard Debella.
Hi, everybody. I'm Carrie Arun. I'm the Counselor for Commercial Affairs with the U.S. Department of Commerce stationed here in South India. And it's really an honor to share the stage with you, sir, and letting Rose and I speak with you today. Rose and I are the co-organizers on the U.S. side for the sub-working group on commercial space.
Thank you, guys. To quickly introduce myself, my name is Alakshindra Singh. I'm a lawyer based out of Delhi, and I am associated with a law firm called TMT Law Practice with a keen focus on the commercial space sector. To kick off things, I would want to understand from this group, what is the primary focus of this sub-working group for space commerce?
Please, sir.
With regard to the space, we all know, the intent of the government of India has been made very clear by virtue of space reforms, which were announced in 2020. Then, for any business to flourish, you require the certainty of the policy. And the policy certainty has been provided by Indian Space Policy 2023. And you can see, within not even less than 1 year, we have come up with a quite relaxed foreign direct investment policy. Even the sectoral guidelines are going to be issued very soon. You all will appreciate, for the first time in any sector, 100% foreign direct investment has been allowed. And out of that, 74%, 49%, and 100% for the manufacturing has been allowed. So essentially, the government of India, we just want to create a very vibrant space ecosystem, which so far, the space activities were confined only to our space agency, Indian Space Research Organization, though India has been one of the major space powers. So the context is to create a very vibrant private space ecosystem, and the private entities being empowered to undertake end-to-end space activities.
And I'll add to that, this group is essentially an intersessional dialogue. So we have an annual CSJWG meeting that alternates between Washington, D.C. and in India. Prior to this working group, we didn't necessarily have an ongoing discussion, or it was kind of in stovepipes. So we may have, FAA may talk to ISRO, but it's not necessarily getting to the entire, U.S. government community, stakeholders that directly are interested, nor the same for India. So this is a relatively small group, as small as it possibly can be, and still include all of the stakeholders who have a role in space policy and implementation of that policy, and of course in U.S. and India trade. We've had a total of 2 full group meetings and some preparatory sessions that have taken the themes and outcomes of the CSJWG and put it in terms that regular people can sit down and start working through. And that's what it takes, this ongoing conversation between regular people, bureaucrats even, to make these policies real and useful to our mutual industries.
All right, thank you so much for setting the context. And I personally agree with the fact that the FDI policy is very encouraging, and it's very promising. Investors, I believe, are very curious as to what's happening locally here in India. With the FDI policy, a lot of startups and SMEs in the industry, they have access to global markets and capital now. So how would you recommend that they navigate it and leverage it to its fullest potential?
Essentially, what we are looking at now, we are looking at 2 countries. One country is quite a mature space ecosystem with more than 4 decades of space commerce. And we have just started off. So the first and foremost thing, we are just trying to see what are the synergistic areas where we can do that. So, number one. Number two, when you try to look at the any cooperation, when you say, it has to win-win for both the countries. So what areas India will provide? So I'll tell you why India has to be a country. India is the country for anybody to look at it, mainly space. We had very, very, very successful space agency, and we have quite a large pool of space technical persons. I'll put it in context. If you go to any of the successful US company, there is somebody from NASA who has been heading. So we are into that stage. You find like the companies have ex-ISRO personnel who are handling. Number two, we have a very, very sound and solid IT competence, IT manpower. So that is again one more thing. And the research and development is one area where India can always supplement. And also with the geopolitical scenario in the supply chain, how India can fit in. So which is what even the counterpart from US is looking at, what type of areas where you are going to have quite a synergistic relationship. Above and all, most of you are aware, like, space commerce or space activities are governed by the goods and services and technologies which are dual use. When it is dual use, basically what you require trust. Unless you have a trust with the entity with whom you are dealing with, your counterpart from the other country wouldn't be dealing with you in a very proactive manner. So that is the trust which India as a government, India as a nation has developed so far, because we have an immaculate record of complying with the export control regimes, whether it's a Wassenaar arrangement or MTCR. So these are all the positive things for give fillip to this particular engagement what you started off.
Rose, would you like to add on to that, or Carrie?
Well, I think you did a wonderful job explaining. So I'm like, how can I add to this? I just a warm agreement.
Thank you.
So if I can, I think we're really excited on the US government side for this commercial space working group. It's going to allow us to put mechanisms in place to promote bilateral trade between India and the United States. India has about 2% of the world's space market, and we anticipate that market here is going to grow substantially. It took us a long time in the US for our market to go. Yes, we're a mature market, but we're looking at how we can facilitate India growing its own market at a much more rapid pace than we did in the United States. And so we're looking to see how we can bring industry together, both our US industry and Indian industry that's already here, but our industry that's in the United States, as well as working with startups and innovative technologies to help them get access to capital and VC and technical guidance. And so I think we're gonna have a session a little bit later on this afternoon where we're talking about that as well. And so it's really, I don't even wanna say the sky's the limit, because I think there's no limit on how far this working group is gonna push us forward in that collaboration.
And India is really trying to take the best practices we want to adopt and grow fast.
Thank you so much, Carrie, and I absolutely agree. The final frontier is finally open for commercial usage. Dr. Subramaniam, I would want to revisit the dual purpose and dual use concept. How do we balance the duality of regulatory caution and investor interest? And what is it that we can emulate or learn from our counterparts in the US to ensure that there is no conflict and both of the things can exist in a harmonized manner?
See, the balance is the rule of nation, whether it's an environment or development or even on our personal life, work-life balance, whether it's a personal life and other. So similarly, when in any country, in an organized society, when you are dealing with some dangerous items and goods, you should know you should handle them very carefully. So how do you handle them? So for number one, you have the regulations which say like, yes, it should not reach the hands of a bad guy. Because there's the question of sustenance of the entire humanity. Yes, we do appreciate that. Having said that, how do you, keeping that in mind, how are you going to trigger the economic development? So you need to strike a balance. So I'm very happy to say any export licensing requirement, whether it's in India or whether it's in US, there are certain regulations which have to be complied with, because we are dealing with dangerous goods and dangerous technologies, and we don't want the proliferation elsewhere, which is going to threaten the existence of humanity. Now, in the given scenario, so how do you try to facilitate such licensing process? Government to government dialogue is the most important thing. Trust me if I say, when this sub-working group started government to government dialogue, I can watch some of my private enterprises, private stakeholders, they said the time taken for export licensing has been considerably reduced. The regulations remain the same, the requirements remain the same, but there was an issue earlier. The vendors were taking a lot of time to apply licenses. So that licensing time, what was taken is not with the regulatory department. It was with the private vendor with whom you are dealing with. He wanted to be doubly sure before he applied the license. So that time, a lot of time was entailed into that. So once they got a message, this particular cooperation, particular partnership between India and US is being encouraged by both the governments, so the things have started facilitating, started getting expedited. So this is such a positive thing when a control regime items you can easily deal with when you try to, when there is a message sent across very clearly and loudly, this is a country we want to deal with. So, so most of the problems are solved. Now I see the type of licensing procedures, what it is there, the type of the focus which is being given, since it is being accounted for, the things are quite getting expedited. That's what I can vouch from the feedback what I got from the private sector stakeholders. Rose, would you like to add anything?
Sure. So we had a startup discussion yesterday, actually in the realm of AI, but there's a theme there that translates well here, and that is, a concern about in an environment where there's a lot of innovation and we're sort of figuring out how things work, that we may overregulate it too fast and retard growth. And I just want to say that I think we hear that loud and clear, and these types of events where we have industry and government, in the same room and talking. It helps with government finding that balance to both protect, to basically keep this technology in the right hands, and at the same time allow growth and trade. So it's just, we'll never get it exactly right. It's always going to teeter back and forth a little, and we can just do our best to stay, in that middle line.
I'd like to add one more thing before Carrie comes in. And I think most of you are aware, we already have some concession with regard to export regimes from US. There's something called Strategic Trade Authorization License Exception. So this is what it is going to, when you have the STA license, when you have export control classification number, where it is required, where it is not required, still you may require like little more of capacity building, which Carrie has been doing already. And with this type of exception, already messages have gone, yes, this is a special country, we'll deal with the expedited procedure. Carrie, I think you can take it.
Sir, and that's exactly where I was going. You read my mind.
I'm
yes.
sorry,
No, that's great. And so I think some of you that are in this room today were with us last April, where in this very room we held a program with the Bureau of Industry Security and the U.S. Department of State on export controls. We had Assistant Secretary Kendler from Bureau of Industry Security at the Department of Commerce here, where she was talking about the STA and how it's really underused in India. Less than 1% of Indian importers are actually having access to STA. So that programming really was developed as a result of hearing from you in industry that it's taking too long and it's too hard. So we're working on tactical, very activities where we can bring education both to you as the company that maybe isn't the one applying for the license, but having to work with your partner to explain how the licensing might work, as well as education on the US community side to help them understand how these tools are already available and we should be leveraging them further. In addition, if I could just once more, we have the Strategic Trade Dialogue, which is a deliverable under the US-India Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technology, as well as the US Commercial Dialogue, where we are looking to further the government-to-government collaboration on this and have things happen even faster. We recently had an Indian company receive their license in less than 4 weeks. So things are moving, and they're moving pretty quickly as it goes from a government-to-government bureaucratic level. And the sub-working group is really allowing us to raise those issues and bring them to the forefront so we can help everyone grow the space economy.
everyone. That's actually very helpful insights for the audience as well. I want to move away from regulation and policy for a bit, and I want to understand what does space to earth enterprise essentially mean, and how does space-based resources benefit commercial interests of businesses as well as the end users, and what areas do you think will be immediately impacted, and what are some of the sectors or industries you foresee will be impacted in the long run?
Sure. Well, I would say right now, of the roughly 10,000, almost 10,000 satellites we have in orbit, the majority of those are Earth-focused. So those are, across the spectrum, be it GPS or communications or remote sensing. It's already there and focused on the Earth, and its applications are infinite in the possibility, and sort of depends on the creativity of this community, and how to localize those capabilities in different mixes to get after, be it development goals or economic goals. It's a wide open field.
I will, rather than making it too generic, I'll just get into the perspective of the subcommittee. What I would like to say, we are just trying to see what should be the short-term goals for the subcommittee, what should be in the medium and long term. In short term, essentially there are certain things like, changing the regulations, changing the guidelines and other things. These are all time consuming. By the time we reach there, I think the steam will go off. So essentially what we are looking at, we just want to keep some short-term measures. We know what is the existing level of cooperation. So this existing level of cooperation, how it is going on, how can you trigger it? There's small tweaks, small gray areas when you do, when we can just deal with, it's going to be a continuous way of momentum what is created. So initially, in our initial meeting, we discussed what exactly we have with regard to the space cooperation. You all know, there have been excellent research cooperation between NASA and ISRO. In fact, Dr. Datta is here. My colleagues from ISRO, they know her for quite many decades. So that relationship, when you want to emulate the same type of relationship in a commercial relationship, so essentially you will be looking at other type of regulatory regimes, which are not the case for the research and development. So when you look at it, so the areas where you constrain. So accordingly, I think I can tell about the focus areas what you got it. Yes. So essentially we thought first and foremost thing, even to initiate your dialogue, comes the ITAR restrictions. So even to initiate dialogue. So yes, because you have a regulation on both the sides. So export controls are the first area what we can look at it. And already some work, great work has been done by Carrie and her teams from International Trade Administration and also Department of Commerce by coming with the strategic trade authorization exception. And having said that, are we using the full potential? Not yet. So still there are some confusion, still there are some clarity which is required, and the outreach sessions are being conducted. So mainly essentially wherever there is a question, there is a clarification involved. So one needs to know yes, even the other side, it's not just an import side, on the exporter side, to be aware yes, this is particular item or this particular technology is covered by SDA1 license, how can do that? So this type of things we can definitely do on short term. Then the other focus area what the subcommittee has found are the investment regulations. So essentially we just want to integrate into the ecosystem on both the sides. And the supply chain integration, and I don't need to overemphasize considering the geopolitical situation now. And also the government procurement, for how each sides, the trade and industry can participate in the government procurement on both the sides. Then about the market access, how it is going to be. So these are the 4 areas which you have identified, and they're quite, you can't expect any result by overnight because they're all, you need to look at a lot of aspects relating to that. So for that only we are just, both the co-chairs, myself and my coach, my colleague, Mr. Richard, we have requested ITA, International Trade Administration, to organize some sessions trying so that both the sides know what is the regime they are dealing with. So once they know each other, they know how to solve, how to just try to have their business plan as per this. So similarly, for any business, certainty is must. See, if the business is not sure whether they are going to get an item in 1 year or 6 months, they will not be able to plan. So that type of certainty can be brought, so businesses can be much more easily. easily they can handle their businesses without getting bogged down with other things which will dilute their focus on various aspects which are not warranted.
Thank you, Dr. Subramaniam. You mentioned the sectoral guidelines that are due to come with regards to foreign investments. I wanted to understand, would there be any sort of regulatory sandbox afforded to these investors and entities who are engaging in the commercial space sector?
With regard to foreign direct investment?
Correct, sir.
No, you would have seen 100% of foreign direct investment is allowed in all the space activities. So with regard to manufacturing and application, there's 100% through automatic route. You don't need to come anywhere. And only after filing, you just have to file certain forms and other things which are in the process of finalization, which are already almost done, which will be out soon. In space, you just have to intimate the in space, our promoter and regulator, under the which is a body along with the space reforms. Now, if you look at the launch vehicles, launch vehicle technology is not like so simple like application. So we have the automatic route up to 49%. Similarly for satellite up to 74%. So these are through automatic route. After your transaction is over, you are just going to intimate. You are just going to intimate from where you got the amount. Just to ensure that again, mainly about the security and safety angles, nothing more than that.
Thank you, sir. That's very helpful.
And if I could, sir, really the announcement on the FDI policy here with India is a humongous step forward in building commercial cooperation in space. And we really applaud ISRO and the Indian government on releasing the policy. And I think we're going to see really the tide turn in the next year as we start to see companies looking at this market and really as an opportunity to work in the ecosystem that you're establishing here.
Absolutely, Carrie. Very well said.
I would add to that, although both our countries speak English, we don't necessarily use the same terms. And so when the U.S. industry comes to either the Office of Space Commerce in D.C. or comes to the National Trade Administration and the staff locally based in India, the question is like, what do they mean by this? What is the intent here? What is this route talking about? Because we've had these relationships, because we understand the intent and the process more in depth, we're able to advise the U.S. industry and sort of accelerate the conversation, accelerate those potential matchmaking opportunities along the way. So it's just another really, I think, important value that India has invested in this relationship, in this dialogue.
And if I could, sir, I'm going to get a little ahead of us, I think. We're not ready to formally announce it, but we anticipate some greater programming later in the year where we're going to be able to do matchmaking across U.S. and Indian industry. And so I ask you all to stay tuned because we really want to help everyone connect and really grow their relationship. Because the way that we value and we look at the market in the United States, it purely is commercial. My role is to get out of the way as the government so you guys can do business. And so we're looking at how we bring those barriers down, and with Dr. S's leadership on the subcommittee, we're really moving forward quite quickly on that.
Thanks, Carrie. That's actually very promising and encouraging for the industry. Along with access to capital, there will obviously be technology sharing. So what I wanted to understand from the group is how do we enable this effectively? What can be done at an industry level, and what are the best practices that you've observed in your experience so far?
Yeah, we all know, the space sector is a technologically highly intensive sector, number one. And the most important thing, the shelf life of the technology is also quite short. So this is one of the major challenges for any entity which wants to enter into space for a space arena to deal with. So having said that, the technology transfer from Indian government perspective, we have been quite facilitating through our promoter in space. So, you'd have heard, recently even there are some processes going, not just like a part of the technology, entire launch vehicle technology of small satellite launch vehicle is also in the process of being given to the private players. And believe me that the technology has been developed purely for industry purpose. So, what is the potential for the small and micro satellites are there with the constellations, humongous number of constellations which are coming up. So this will be a very good field which is going to take now, and the process is always on. And with regard to similarly the technology transfer across the borders is again gone by the regulations like any dual-use items. So essentially, when you deal with some of the suggestions, what we are looking at, we are not finalized in the committee, rather than treating everyone alike, the validated entity or the entity who has been doing business without any black mark, whether either any way to facilitate them, rather than the entity who is entering the market for the first time. So he's an established entity. Why should we try to divide the resources equally on one trusted entity and one yet to be trusted entity? So this is one way of looking at it, how you can expedite. And also, trying to see, whether either any way of trying to see, their processes are little more expedited than the regular ones. So these are some of the technologies, some of the aspects which are tested somewhere in the other departments. We are just trying to see whether they can work out here. So coming back to technology transfer again, see, India offers a very good, quite competitive environment. They are quite cost competitive, and we have quite a huge pool of technical manpower. So all this will make a case for US entities should come and invest in India by transferring the technology too. So that is for once the opening up and once the processes on both the sides are clearer, I'm sure without any government effort they are going to do on their own with the liberalized FDI regimes. That's what I respond.
Thank you. Rose, Carrie, would you like to add on to that? How do we ensure long-term strategic convergence?
I mean, it's happening. It's happening without our intervention. And the things that India is doing to open the market and the liberalization here, it's going to accelerate. You know, there are small companies in this room today that have investment from American investment houses. We have VCs that are actively looking at the technology that you're developing that's world leading and cutting edge. And we have large American companies that are basically sponsoring and working with some of those small companies to co-develop and do R&D. And so again, it's liberalization of the market and really us setting up an ecosystem here where everyone can get access. There's going to be a really good session on it this afternoon, so I don't want to give it all away. But we also are facilitating Indian companies that are looking at opportunities in the United States. And so every year we do a lot on FDI to the US, and we're not necessarily looking for Indian space companies to do FDI, but we're leveraging these tools to get Indian companies in front of those VCs and those investors to really get them access to the market and to bring it forward and accelerate it.
Dr. Subramanian, would you like to also touch upon the IVLP and any other future initiatives?
I must really. The very fact, under the International Visitor Leadership Program, which US State Department does it for, mainly for many other areas, the very fact this year, the space commerce has been taken up the topic for this program that shows how much of importance the US government is giving for commercial partnership in space area with India. I happen to there, I think there is a separate session on this, but as if, from my feedback, I can just say, it has been quite a great experience of visiting NASA centers, then private industry, then academia who are offering the courses in space technology, and how the very symbiotic relationship of space clusters have developed in India over 2-3 decades. So, for example, you just take it how the space ecosystem developed. So you have a government centers, you have a NASA centers, which require the technical manpower, and you have a universities offering courses, so which provided the technical manpower, and also now the private space ecosystem, because US is a great country for investment. Investment in innovation has been there. So that's the reason, all these high technology industries are so located because of the congenial atmosphere there. So that's why a lot of private industries are developed. So again, the university is catering to that. So that's how, ecosystem, one depending on the other, how it has come up with. So these are some of the best examples we are just trying to, I had the first-hand information, we just see how best we can just try to develop it upon. and also the policy measures. The government itself, like, how the demand is created for space products and how the growth could be expedited. So these are all the various ways how a matured space ecosystem could do. So that there are a lot of takeaways from there. I think we'll just see, like, how best which are adaptable to our country and it will be taken forward too.
So the International Leadership Visitor Program, we leverage this tool that's run by the Department of State. It's really cultural and education exchange, and we were lucky, maybe not lucky enough, I wish we could have taken more companies, but Dr. S. kindly led the delegation, and we had 3 government representatives as well as 6 space startups. And we really took a look at where are our ecosystems in the United States, both at the US government level as well as kind of industry hubs. And we took those companies there and we got them access that they would have never been able to get access on their own. And they talked to our companies in the United States that are doing commercial space, that are leading the way. And I think this program, we pulled it together, and I think it was really successful, and you'll hear from those companies this afternoon. But it's really just the first step in how do we cross-pollinate the ecosystem. And it's all about bringing people together to learn best practices. I'm not saying that we do it right 100% in the United States, and there are a lot of great things on the way India handles its market as well, but we're really looking forward to developing that ecosystem so it's not just the United States or just India, but it's the United States and India together.
I would just add, one of the ways that our 2 economies or 2 systems are intermingling is these point-to-point opportunities. You don't have to go through the government in order to have an academic institution speak to another one, or company-to-company cooperation. Of course, we have these regulation and policies to add structure to that, but we don't have to use the government as a go-between. And so these opportunities to expose each other to these nodes, these clusters of capability and intent and frankly, enthusiasm and drive are the sort of practical, pragmatic ways that we actually entangle our economies, which is the strategic intent, right? And then also, I just want to mention, even now, even this week, we plan to have a kind of a sidebar CSWG, so working group on commercial space, because we're taking advantage of being all here, and it's because of the overall CSWG structure that we are kind of empowered to do that. So thank you, sir. I definitely look forward to that conversation.
Thanks, everyone. It is abundantly clear that we are heading in the right direction and at a great pace. I wanted to reserve the last couple of minutes for a session for any questions from the audience. So anybody, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask away.
If I could, while we're
Of
waiting
course.
to see if there are questions, I do just want to thank USIBC, the US India Business Council. They were imperative in helping us coordinate this event today. We couldn't have done it without private sector in industry being interested in this. And I make a really bad joke that my job here in India is to bring industry together. So I'm kind of like that Indian auntie that arranges marriages. And when you run into an issue with your marriage, you go back to your family and you say, hey, we've hit a snag, or it moves on and it's great, and you continue to be in the honeymoon phase forever and you never need us again. And so my role with the International Trade Administration is a little bit interesting because I'm at the intersection of commerce and industry, but also government. And so we're working to get you access to the companies that you're looking to partner with in the United States, or get American companies access to you that have innovative technology and have them partner with you. And so through this programming that I can be a convener as the US government working with our partners in the Indian government, we're just trying to move those barriers away, because you certainly could do it on your own, and Rose is right, 100%. We love it when you do it on your own. But sometimes it's just not that easy. And so if we can bring our weight and power to the table as the 2 governments to then formulate and bring these relationships forward, it's just going to accelerate the growth even further.
I just want to attest to that. We have no problems with you playing the matchmaker. In fact, we encourage it and we root for you. I think we have a question in the audience.
Good
Another
afternoon.
one as well.
So this question is on regulations and policy. The question is, how should liability be approached and dealt with difficult and differing contexts of various options for the use of satellite data, especially with privatization of space?
You want to use in India?
Sir, because we have the Americans and the Indian, both government and lawyers sitting there, so I thought this question aptly could be answered by your team on top.
Yeah,
I can address it. I can give you a preliminary answer. So if you peruse the in-space authorization guidelines, the norms, guidelines, and procedures, there's a specific chapter dedicated to it. And these obligations emanate from international accords and treaties that we have signed. So there is certainly obligation to deal with it. I would say that the insurance sector is still adapting to it and developing products which can cater to the specific commercial space sector. I'll defer to the panel to add on to it if they want to.
Yeah. With regard to the authorization, what is required for undertaking any space activities, InSpace has very clearly given in their website about the various procedures, what needs to be followed.
Yes.
So you asked for, like, even forget about satellite data, even they have given the procedure even for taking the slots which are not used, I mean orbital slot, which are not used. So that is the proactively what to that extent they are gone. So in case you still have any doubts with regard to usage and everything, my colleague from InSpace is also here. You are most welcome to will that. And we can just facilitate that too.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I had another question in the second row.
My name is Venkat Rao. I am Vice President of a consultancy organization called Planet Aerospace in Bangalore. My question is, in view of the latest policies, change in policy of, from Government of India, whether Government of United States, whether they are going to relax the regulations on ITAR items. I just want to know.
So we have the strategic trade dialogue. It's currently being discussed between India and the United States on where we're going to go on export controls. But even if you look at the reforms that we had in 2019, there were a number of items that were listed under ITAR, and they were moved to the EAR under commerce. And so we're actively looking all of the time on where we can reduce these barriers to trade. And so it's happening outside of this sub-working group, but it's also one of the focuses that we're looking on, as Dr. S was sharing earlier.
I think there's also kind of a legacy, the idea about, because anything touch space used to fall under ITAR, and it was such a revolutionary change when we moved a lot of that under EAR, under commerce, where it's a much easier process. But I think the legacy of that hard process sticks no matter how much we talk about how much it's changed. So I just really encourage to take full advantage of the National Trade Administration and the resources, the commercial team at our embassy, to kind of jumpstart, understanding of the actual process today. And there's fantastic webinars, fantastic training, because I think a lot of the sticking point now is just fully understanding what the rules are and understanding how to navigate them. And it's not, I guess I would not sort of self-select out, like actually run the traps, and you may find it smoother than you anticipated.
And if I could add to that, what Rose is alluding to is what we hear all the time from Indian industry, that it's impossible to get a license. I'm never going to get a license. I shouldn't even try. And that might have been true 30 years ago, but the relationship has come so far in those 30 years, let alone the last 2 years. This really is the moment in India and US relations. And as I mentioned earlier, we had that company that got their license in 4 weeks. And so I think there's a lot of misconceptions, both on American industry, especially with our small and medium-sized companies in the United States, that it's just not great to do business, or it's too difficult to do business with companies that are around the world, or they think they're never going to be able to get an export license for that entity. And we're underutilizing the tools that currently exist that show us that India is a trusted partner, that strategic, the STA. And so, everyone says it's all ITAR controlled. It's not all ITAR controlled. Many things have been moved under EIR, so that way it's easier access. Certainly there are still some things that are ITAR controlled, and there will be some things that continue to be ITAR controlled. But that's why we have the strategic trade dialogue, where we're looking at how we can bring those items forward and make it easier for us to build the space economy together.
If you allow me, I have one more question. Under this Indo-US cooperation, are there opportunities for American industry, space industry, to outsource, for some of the subsystems, etc., to Indian industry?
So I think you see that's going on today already. You have big American companies that are here in India that are manufacturing, and they're certainly buying from the Indian supply chain. And we have Indian entities that have been supplying our American companies for decades. It's just quietly being done. I think this is the phenomena of South India, where all of our business people are just quietly doing their jobs and doing their work. I think the biggest surprise I learned when I came here, I'm stationed in Chennai, is the number of Indian companies that are already supplying to the US industry. And we're looking to see if there are other avenues where I can be that Indian auntie and do the matchmaking to get more Indian companies into the supply chain.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? Okay, we have another question. It's almost time, so please feel free to reach out to the group. They'll be here for the day.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity. My name is Duke Vashisht. I run a research group on space economy, comparing ecosystems of space economy in US, Europe, and India. So my question to the gentleman from ISRO, in our Prime Minister's vision of $5 trillion economy, what do you think should be the size of space economy in the next 5 or 10 years? I'll repeat. In our national vision of $5 trillion economy, what will be the size of space economy as envisioned? Because we are talking about roadmaps. So roadmaps need to have milestones. Second thing is, what do you see would be the contribution of US commercial department in supporting India's vision in generating revenues from space, which are currently at $0.02 billion? Third, US space economy is $300 billion. We are at $4 billion. So how does this collaboration also support India in upgrading our economy in terms of pure revenue? Thank you.
Yes, the figures what you have, I don't think such a precise figures. But I must tell you with regard to space economy, what needs to be considered as space economy is still a lot of debate which is going on. Even US has been looking at various other options how to go about. Department of Space and InSpace, we have initiated a small exercise which will go a long way, to complete it. So whether the space economy includes whatever the purely which fall within the, within the verticals of launch vehicles, satellites, or applications, or whether it will also involve with regard to the utility of it, whether the broadcasting and whether it should be included. So these are questions and will there be any double counting? So these are the things which are being debated even in the most developed countries with very highly matured space economy. Having said that, general view is around $440 billion in the space economy, what is being, because of some of the report, what is generally being considered across the world. So with regard to India, yes, definitely space, the very fact the reason why the space reforms have been announced, if you get into the intent when Honorable Finance Minister announced this, you can see basically, though being a very, one of the most important space power in the world, but the economy-wise was not there. That is the purpose why we thought we had open it up so that the Indian space economy gets integrated into the international economy. So with regard to what is the quantum, what you are looking at, I just have to refer, in the absence of anything, what are the estimate was through InSpace sponsored study by PwC, if I remember correctly. They had said, in the decadal vision, in the next 10 years, what is $44 billion, I suppose, it is expected to reach. So that means how are we going to handle this? So essentially out of that, maybe around 30% or so you want to concentrate on exports also, and the balance indigenously. By the underlying fact is, how do you enhance the economy? So essentially, the demand creation. How are you going to create demand? So how are you going to create demand for space-based products and services? What are the strategies what you want to use? And with regard to the quantum, what you said, out of 5 trillions, I just don't think I have any figures right now, because I don't think policy level we have taken any figures what should be there. But having said that, essentially when you are starting, we just want to exploit all the areas where we have an edge. So these edge we want to show to the world this is what is the edge India has got with regard to the space-related activities. Please come and invest here and make the best use of it. And in that, a lot of positive measures have been taken and many more are in the offing. Mind you, we just started just 1 year back. So I think the journey what we have undertaken is quite long already without much of hiccups. And there is a lot of when the policy certainty is there, yes, you need to enhance the economy, space economy of India and integrate very meticulously in the international space economy, mainly with US. So that's the purpose of all these things have started. And very rightly, this is identified as one of the points for under the civil space working group, and that's a base of existence of this. We don't have any such subgroups with other countries, though we are a part of Quad and other thing. So this shows what is the special importance we are just trying to give for a matured space economy like in US.
And should we not make a comparative roadmap? Because, I think we need to have some kind of milestone mapping while we are going to undertake an exercise which every year multiple events happen. So should we start with a commercial office at ISRO mapping what their journey should be? Thank you so much for your answer.
Yeah, I think with regard to ISRO has some liaison officers. They started with some technical aspects initially. They're doing all the verification with regard to commercial angles also. With regard to milestones, I think I'll reserve my comments because we are just started off on the policy directives. Policy always have to be dynamic, how it goes. So when with regard to you are just in the process of work in process. Whether you want to confine yourself with the milestones or you want to create a policy facilitative measures to grow it and then start it off. So that's again another policy directive which needs to be taken. Yes, definitely we need to have milestone. But having said that, I just don't want to compare the relationship what a country like US has already, because there are a lot of other things they may have a launch service agreement with New Zealand, Australia, whether we go to that stage and how do we want to negotiate. So these are all different, this will be a diplomat, foreign ministry, external affairs ministry had to take in consultation with all other stakeholders which are involved. And mind you, it's not just, even to know what is the one, if you look at the, most of you must be aware what is the harmonious system of nomenclature. If you want to say space, it comes in chapter 88. There are only 2 chapters. Can you say only the space activities confined to only those 2 chapters, one launch vehicle, satellites, and one the pods? No, because there are a lot of other things which will not fit into the space chapter, but they're elsewhere. A lot of microelectronics we import from US. Almost 50-60% of our import content is from US and other countries for the electronics. Similarly, for launch vehicle, we'll import around 10%. So all this will figure somewhere else, figure in 84 chapter, 85 chapter. So that is exactly the challenges why we can't have a direct answer what is the space economy. I think by the time a lot of best practices will come, we are going to adopt it. But I must tell you we have already started the process. We are just going ahead in consultation in Space and Department of Space are doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful response. I think it's our time. Thank you everyone for listening us out. Have a great day, and please feel free to reach out to any of us for any further questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
I request everybody who's outside to please come in and take your seats. Our guest of honor is here. They'll be arriving and we'll be starting with the session soon. Please welcome them with a round of applause. I would request our guest of honors, Mr. Eric and Dr. Somnath, to please come and take their seats on the stage. I would also invite Alexander to welcome our guests. Alexander, I would like you to please welcome our guests of honor and start with the session.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone had an enjoyable lunch. It's really a wonderful opportunity to speak with you again after the inaugural session this morning. And it's lovely to see the full house here. And I'm not surprised, given who we have in this next set of discussants. So for those of you who are here for the opening session, it's good to see you again. For those of you who are just joining us, welcome to the inaugural U.S.-India Commercial Space Conference. I am Alexander Slater, the Managing Director of the U.S.-India Business Council. As I shared this morning, USIBC's mission is to promote a stronger strategic partnership between India and the United States. We are the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in India. For 49 years, we have advanced our mission by deepening commercial ties between the two countries. Our members are 200 of the biggest traders and investors across the bilateral corridor. They comprise companies, private equity and VC firms, and startups. They all make critical contributions to economic growth and development in both countries through creating and sustaining hundreds of thousands of jobs, investing hundreds of billions of dollars, and making groundbreaking innovations that improve productivity and quality of life and save lives. Demand for our work has grown substantially over the 5 years I've helped guide our India-based activities. The work of both governments culminated in huge milestones last year, including the state visit of Prime Minister Modi to Washington, D.C., and then President Biden's visit to New Delhi as part of the G20 process. And years of commitment from the private sector have infused the U.S.-India relationship with tremendous momentum this year. We've been working closely with both governments to take this forward, and today's conference is part of that work. This demand has enabled us to expand our presence across India to include offices in Bengaluru and Mumbai, in addition to New Delhi and Washington, D.C. We work with partners at the central government and at the state level across the country. This includes U.S. consulates, the embassy, union ministers and their ministries, as well as state chiefs and their secretaries. Today's conference is part of a Destination Karnataka Week that we put on. It is focused on advancing the initiative on critical and emerging technologies, which Prime Minister Modi and President Biden announced in May 2022 on the sidelines of the Quad Summit in Japan. Our efforts have included member discussions with senior state officials in Karnataka and roundtables involving major tech companies and startups on artificial intelligence cooperation that included the U.S. Consul General for Chennai, Chris Hodges, who's also here today. I encourage you to get in touch if you're curious about our work and how we may be able to help you advance yours in support of a stronger bilateral commercial partnership. It is my distinct honor to open this keynote session with officials who have been at the forefront of doing just this. U.S. Ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti, and Chairman of the Indian Space Research Organization, Mr. S. Somnath. Gentlemen, thank you both. Both of you have actually been doing great work to advance our two countries' work in commercial space, which I'll talk about in a minute. Today, already we've heard on how to do this from the public sector and industry leaders from both countries, including officials from NASA, InSpace, NOAA, and ISRO. We've discussed new opportunities for working together in satellite communications and how to promote inclusion in the sector, both because it's the right thing to do and because good ideas know no boundaries. Later today, we'll turn to other important subjects, including prospects for entrepreneurs and startups, geospatial and situational awareness, and military space technology. For someone like me, who grew up watching Star Trek: The Next Generation, hearing today about all the exciting work the two countries and entrepreneurs are doing is indeed an otherworldly experience. I felt the same way last year when I met the NASA administrator at Ambassador Garcetti's residence. The administrator was here to visit New Delhi and Bengaluru to help set the stage for today's proceedings and even more ambitious work, such as cooperation on astronaut training, human spaceflight, and the International Space Station. With the two countries having so much to offer one another, and the world when it comes to talent, experience, and successful track records in the space sector, including the Chandrayaan mission last year, I'm confident that the ideas and relationships fostered today are an important step in humanity's exploration of the final frontier. The two countries' partnership in the Artemis Accords and the Synthetic Aperture Radar Satellite Program and India's liberalization of the space sector, investment rules, and new space policy suggest the best is yet to come, especially in terms of opportunities for private sector collaborations. I'd like to thank the ISRO chairman, Mr. Somnath, for his leadership on these initiatives. With that, I'm going to stop and get to the main events and the reason why you're all here today. It's my pleasure to invite Ambassador Garcetti to the podium to speak. Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you so much, Alex, and namaste, namaskaram, vanakkam, good afternoon. It's wonderful to be with all of you here in making history together, and thank you on a personal note for what for me has been an extraordinary year serving as the United States ambassador to India. If I had to put the two most exciting countries in the world together, if I had to find a job that connected them, if I had to find the two places I love being most in the world, it would be right here at the intersection of this relationship. And I feel like the luckiest man in the world every single day when I get to wake up and further and accelerate this friendship that is such a force for good in the world, not just an additive relationship of India plus the United States, but a multiplicative relationship of India times the United States. So thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you to you, Alex, and to the entire USIBC, which has really been a force for connecting our nations, our states, our governments, our businesses, our people, our universities for so long now. You were there before the US-India relationship was cool, though I've always thought it was cool. And now that everybody is knocking at the door, Indians coming to America, Americans coming to India, we really rely on the pillars of organizations like USIBC to make sure that the people-to-people connections, the business-to-business connections happen. And this convening couldn't be more important. And it's wonderful to finally be here in Bengaluru, a town I've come to before I was ambassador, but I'm embarrassed it's taken me a year to come to. But I come in peace, I come with great announcements, I come with a depth of work that we do covered by our consulate based out of Chennai and a great consul general that we have in Chris Hodges and his team, but also people like Carrie Arun, who is working out of there, but who comes here all the time, and a Department of Commerce, Foreign Commercial Service office that we already have here, which has inspired us, and some of you who are from Bengaluru will know and be excited to hear yet again that during the state visit of Prime Minister Modi to the United States, he and President Biden announced that we would open not just one, but 2 more consulates on top of our 5 posts in India, and one of them would be right here in Bengaluru. So we cannot wait for that day to arrive, hopefully in months, not years. It sometimes takes 5, 10 years. I said, let's see if we can get it done this coming year. So we're so excited to do that. And I just also want to say on a personal note to Chairman Somnath, you are such an inspiration, not just to your country, but I think to all of us in the world. This past year, we were talking upstairs. I was able to visit ISRO headquarters this morning, which was amazing to be in such hallowed ground. Then we had a little bit of lunch upstairs together, and we were talking about how the scientific method is so different than the political method. In politics, I often used to joke, it's like the opposite of business. In business, you can fail 9 times in a row, but the 10th time, if you're successful, people say, wow, he or she was a success. In politics, you can do 9 things right, and you mess one up, and people say, that 10th one, he's a failure. And so politicians are very wary of giving scientists, of giving bureaucrats, of giving government officials, even business leaders, much room to fail forward. But India and space, we know this in America from our own history, is all about failing forward. It's about that human courage that has defined humanity since the beginning of our history, that maybe we can do things different than anybody imagined. And if we fail in implementing it today, we wake up tomorrow and we try to do it better. And if we can't get it that day, we wake up the 3rd day, and so on and so forth until that breakthrough moment comes. And I have to say, because I was in Delhi with a cabinet minister on the day of the landing, and we suddenly stopped our program on a giant screen like this, watched you, the joy that you had that embodied a nation's joy and a world's hope, inspired us all. So thank you so much, and it's wonderful to be on the stage together with you. So we're all here to talk about how this multiplicative relationship, the two largest democracies in the world, managing the most diverse populations, doing things that nobody else can do together, how we can harness this relationship for space. Now, that's not a new question. It actually extends back to where the chairman originally comes from, Kerala, when in 1963, India launched a US-manufactured rocket from Tumba, Kerala, to study the Earth's magnetic equator. And since then, we can add chapter after chapter of work that we have aspired to do together and that today we are doing together in an unprecedented way. In the 1970s, India and NASA conducted the Satellite Instructional Television Experiment, or SITE, which involved the deployment of televisions in over 2,400 villages across India to receive educational programs via satellite, something that their parents in those villages never would have imagined could happen just through the airwaves of our atmosphere and throughout this country. That was followed by the establishment of the Indian National Satellite System, the INSAT system, in the 1980s. And the first 4 INSAT satellites were built in the United States, 3 of them put into orbit by US launch vehicles. And this early relationship is now blossoming into something beyond our wildest dreams. Joint projects such as NISAR. And last year, our leaders set a bold mission forward to reach new frontiers across all sectors of space cooperation. When Prime Minister Modi came to the White House for a state visits are both symbolic and political. It's about the deepening of friendships, partnerships, but they're also substantive. They're about the agreements that that moment captures for greater work together after the state visit. I was told by veterans of diplomacy that if you have 5 to 10 big deliverables, they call them, that's a successful state visit. Well, I'm here to share with you that the depth and breadth of the relationship that US and India now have together, that just before the final communique was put forward, joint statement by our leaders, we were not dealing with 5 or 10 projects, but 173 separate projects that extended from the seabed to the stars. And today we talk about that area in the stars, and just underneath the stars, of course, that we are working together in unprecedented ways. We saw that we are moving at quantum speed to achieve this collaboration at the government-to-government level, at the business-to-business level, at the people-to-people level. I've described our relationship as the 4 Ps. Peace and the pursuit of peace, prosperity, the promotion of economic prosperity and technological innovation, planet, those things that ignore borders, from our space work to the work on climate and health, and people, the way we can link our people together, and it's so strong. Thank you for all your visa applications. They will be processed. We've actually done 60% more visas this year than the year before and reduced by 75% wait time. It's still not, I know, quick enough, but we will continue doing that. And it shows just how much demand there is for us to cross the Indo-Pacific and to be with each other, study with each other, learn from each other, and so forth. But back into space, NASA will soon provide advanced training to Indian astronauts with the goal of mounting a joint effort to the International Space Station, hopefully this year or shortly thereafter, which was one of the promises of our leaders' visit together. And soon we will launch the NISAR satellite from ISRO's Satish Dhawan Space Center to monitor all resources, including ecosystems, the Earth's surface, natural hazards, sea level rise, and the cryosphere. You see, whether it's the pursuit of peace and the peaceful use of space, things like the Artemis Accord, we are hand in hand, arm in arm. When it comes to prosperity and the jobs, which is a big part of this conference today, that can be produced by startups in this sector, good paying, high-tech jobs for Indians and for Americans, space is right there. I don't have to convince you that space is about our planet, and NISAR literally is those eyes that can help us maybe save, in this generation, our planet as it confronts our greatest challenge, that of climate change. And of course, the gravy is the people-to-people ties, the friendship and the warmth that we get to experience that makes life worth living. But on the commercial side, too, we are engaging on space commerce to expand business opportunities into the stratosphere, establishing a quad space working group And we're so excited that it's India's turn to chair the Quad. We look forward to a very robust Quad meeting later this year with our heads of our governments. And we've also launched the US-India Defense Acceleration Ecosystem, known as IndusX, bringing universities and startups, bringing industry and think tanks together to confront common defense and strategic challenges. And I think that we should be looking at an IndusX for space as well. It's an idea I'd like to plant in all of your heads as a great way of convening and growing the great work that we're doing. So today's program is another step in that history. You're going to hear from representatives of Indian space startups, ISRO, in-space officials who visited the US on an exchange program this month in March for the commercial space-focused meetings with US government, industry in Washington, D.C., in California, my home state, and Florida as well. And the US and India currently have 35 innovative joint research collaborations in emerging technologies. And our country's private sectors are innovating like never before, whether it's Tata Aerospace partnering with Satellogic and SpaceX to launch commercial observation satellite, or the rapid expansion of space companies. We've entered a new world for all of us. And through this amazing collaboration, the secret success has been you. It has been the partnerships and the people-to-people relationships. We can do as many Zoom calls as we want, but it's finally when we see each other in 3 dimensions that we can imagine moving together in that 3rd dimension into space. We used to say the sky's the limit of this relationship. You're proving the sky isn't the limit. We can go beyond that. And we are here to help. So the U.S. Foreign Commercial Service is here to assist you, whether it's looking at investments you as a space company might make in the U.S., and I'd like to invite you all to our Select USA conference in June, next month, June 23rd to 25th in Washington, D.C. You all helped make history last year when India was the #1 source of delegates of any country in the world to come to look at investing in the United States, meeting with key governors, mayors, federal officials in the United States to help you find the right place to invest. And now India is the #1 source of dollars being invested in the United States. So we're not just bringing dollars here, you're bringing rupees there to look at ways that we can create jobs on both sides of the Indo-Pacific and strengthen everything that we have. You know, the Rig Veda speaks of Purusha, the cosmic man, and this idea that India, in its oldest traditions, has been looking to the heavens is something that few civilizations can match. The 7 lokas, the layers that then we almost see mirrored in the different layers of our atmosphere, are ways that we can connect the deeper meaning of what we do. That this isn't just about conquering space, exploring space. This is about understanding how we, as a small part of a broad universe, can somehow see the connections between each other. We look to the skies and we see more stars sparkling than ever. In fact, Sally Ride, the great teacher who we put up into the space shuttle, was asked when she came back, do the stars look different in space? She said, the stars aren't any bigger when you get to space, but they are brighter. Let us find not just the stars, but remember that stars by themselves, as bright as they can burn, mean nothing. It is the constellations that those who came before us looked up at the sky and made connections of, seeing things, whether it was the gods, whether it was the forces of this universe that were bigger than ourselves, that put in context who we were and what we were to do. The US-India set of stars is the most beautiful constellation in the sky today. Let us turn to the heavens, let us move to the heavens, and let us do it together. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, Eric. I would now like to invite our next guest, who needs no introduction, and it gives me an immense pleasure to invite Dr. S. Somnath, Chairman, ISRO, Secretary, Department of Space, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, all of you. Thank you, USIBC, for giving me this opportunity to come and address in this guest of honor session. Ambassador US to India, Mr. Eric, and also I'm seeing many great people here, space experts, business leaders, startups. I'm really happy to see all your faces. I was really just scanning through. In such a forum where we are looking at the business opportunity in space and the space sector and engagement with the new actors that are emerging in India is really an exciting time for all of us in Department of Space and ISRO to have this connect between India and the US. I think all of you are aware that after the dialogue between our Honorable Prime Minister and the President of US, Biden, that we are taking this activity forward in much greater pace than ever before. And with the announcements that has recently happened and also the engagement that is happening in the forums like the ISET, the connect between the Indian partners and also the US partners in critical technologies and specifically in the space sector is really becoming stronger. And I'm very happy about that type of engagement and the options available to the Indian industries and the US business entities to connect with India in the emerging space sector as well. I think all of you are aware that the Indian and US connect in space has been from the very beginning of the space era, where Sarabhai brought in all those early elements to India from the US and other nations. But then further that we have been partners in various journey, including a travel through the space shuttle, which never happened. But then we were able to build satellites, then take this activity forward up to the NISA that we just know that the satellite is just getting ready for launch this year. But then the future is more promising than the past, I believe, especially in the domains of engaging in space sector, domains like the building space elements through the Indian partners, launching many of those initiatives, maybe traveling an Indian astronaut in one of the missions that is going to happen soon, or also building a future lunar observatory or capability jointly between US and India. Why not? All of these are possible. But then to do all of that we need the highest level of support. I think that's coming very, very clearly from the leadership in both the nations. I think that is something that is phenomenal today. The push from our government, from Indian government is really very, very good. I think all of you know that we have signed the Artemis Accord now, which wouldn't have happened if that support was not there. I think I must salute the visionary leadership that we have in both those nations, in India and the US, for engaging in such an accord, which looks at Moon as a sustainable place for all of us to come and work together. But beyond that we are looking at now for an Indian astronaut to travel in an international space station experiment. It's just going to be for a 2 weeks experiment, but that's not going to be the end of the engagement. We have in India an announcement to build space station in a Bharati Antarisha station by 2035, and then a vision to land an Indian on the moon. I think all of you know that to achieve such very, very critical targets, I think we need partners and participation of many, many people who have legendary leaders in this space domain. Of course, US continue to remain as the leadership in the space activity. I think I had the fortune to watch the last of the space shuttle launch from Kennedy Space Center. At that time, I was really upset to see such a fantastic machine being set aside, that we are no longer going to launch this space shuttle. And the human access to space is going to be from some other capability for many years to follow, until US has their own human spaceflight capability. And I asked this question to some of the US space scientists at that time: why you are taking this decision at this moment, when you have still not developed that capability for human space travel? Why you are shelving the space shuttle, though it has been a huge success and many of the finest of the instruments were put into space by the space shuttle era. The International Space Station was built because space shuttle was there. But then the vision of the US leadership was very, very clear many years later, that they wanted to promote the new actors to come into the space sector, to build those capabilities in the space sector. Because of that decision to shelve the space shuttle, I believe today they are continuing to remain leaders. The emergence of the new actors in space through the new programs enabled the creation of the Blue Origin, the SpaceX era, which surpasses in number of launches in a year from any nation in the world. And the type of constellation that they were created has also really became one of the important elements in the overall space activity in the US. And of course, mostly many of you know that our satellite, the GSAT-20, is going to be launched in one of the SpaceX launch in the coming months, which is going to be a 4.8-ton communication satellite. So the connection between the new actors in space and India is continuing to remain very, very strong. I think all of you know that we have a strong connect with the other players in the US, like Boeing. We have a lot of discussions on topics of engagement, technology, human spaceflight activity as well. But the most important part is the emergence of the new space actors in India. I think all of you know today the space sector reform that was announced by the government in 2020 and the new space policy that is announced in 2023 created new entities. The InSpace is now created with the mandate to support and promote and handhold the startups and industries who want to come into space sector. And ISRO is mandated to help them with all the public funded capabilities that we have created internally to help them to go through the process of developing new systems without much investment, or make use of the knowledge that is available in the system, the technologies that's available to be made available to all those new actors. I think this is happening at a faster pace than ever with the support of the InSpace. And also equally important is the new mandate of the NSIL, the New Space India Limited, which is the public sector undertaking under Department of Space, to make use of the capability of the Indian industries to develop and build launchers or satellites or launch applications in manners which was never done before. In the earlier, the avatar of NSIL, it was mandated to do only the ISRO's job to be commercialized. I think the new mandate is no longer that. They are free to do their space business, create their own investments, and then do the business on their own. So this is a new era that is emerging in India. And you can see that many of you who are sitting here are the result of that decision of the government to open up the space sector. I think we need to do much more in India, especially not just working with the startups, but also with the big industries. I think India doesn't lack in terms of the investment capability or technology capability in building huge systems. Our big industry houses need to put their effort into do something in the space sector as well. I think they are doing great jobs in infrastructure building, industrial ecosystems, or even in defense. But in space, there has not been a great stride made by any big industries in India till now. I think this is something that we all waiting to happen. For example, recently NSIL has announced the intent to manufacture our new rocket, the LVM-3, through the industry consortium in a PPP mode. This is precisely the approach to build this such a investment-heavy rocket, and also the production cost is very, very high for such rockets. But then if you create that capability in India through the industrial public-private partnership, we should be in a position to produce in large numbers, bring down the cost of the production, and then make it available to the global launch service community. This is a goal, not just for doing this LVM-3, but also to work in our future rockets and also to bring out the future rockets through the similar industry consortia, not just ISRO. I think this is a goal that we have created in India to the vision that US had once when they did the space shuttle shelving and then allow the commercial companies to come into the space sector and then make that change in US. A similar change is happening in India in the space sector in the last 1 or 2 years. I would only want to tell you that the engagement between US and the Indian companies is something that we are looking for in the future. I think all of you know that the innovative capability of Indian mindset is really something that US must cash on. I think this is something which I just mentioned to the ambassador as well, is to look at how the small startups and innovators must have access to the high-end technologies that are being developed in the US. And I'm very, very happy to know that he's very, very supportive. Only thing that we need to make sure that the regulatory framework that are currently there in this domain must be eased for the benefit of many of those innovators in India who will be able to do it at substantially low cost to bring out new products and services which could be used for both the nations in a very effective manner, not only in space sector, but also in many other high-tech services and areas. Today, we look at the space sector as a leading light to showcase the success that we achieved in high technology area in this country. The landing of the Chandrayaan-3 on the moon was just not an incident that has happened in the scientific side, but it has actually stirred up the entire Indian mindset in a way that the Indian started to believe that it is something that we can also do. We can also aspire to have an Indian landing on the moon one day. And precisely on that point, our Honorable Prime Minister has created that narrative to make sure that we have a vision, at least today, to have an Indian landing on the moon by 2040. I can tell you that this will change the face of the entire space ecosystem in this country, taking up huge challenges, scaling up the economic of activity of space sector from the current a very low percentage level to something like 10% in the future, create businesses and industries working in space sector for the benefit of India, as well as for the world. I think I look at it like that only. But if you look at India as its space penetration into the society, we will still see large areas still unexploited. India is a huge market in many ways. I was happy to see some of those startups working in agriculture sector, crop insurance sector, weather forecasting areas, then advisories for many areas, and they see a lot of business opportunity. This is something that we all request the startups and businesses to leverage on. We are also trying to bring out a policy by which the entire data set that we have created out of our satellite imaging capability that we had for the last 30 years is brought to the public for them to make use of it and then create value out of it. I think this is the next step of action that we are trying to see. And this is going to create some industries and some businesses possible in this country where, out of which we will have demand for newer missions and satellites and sensors to be launched from India and from the US as well. We hope that the collective effort of both these nations will provide a very secure and space for all of us and provide scientific exploitation of the natural resources of this earth as well as of our celestial bodies for our future generations. I think all of you know that while we launched the Chandrayaan-1, India sought payloads to come from other nations, but we were not having capability to build all those complex payloads. But at that point in time, all of you know that the payload from the US is the one which discovered the presence of hydroxyl molecules, or rather the water, on the moon for the very first time. Then we had the Chandrayaan-2, we tried to land when we had the Chandrayaan-3 later. But this is not going to end with this mission. We are going to have Chandrayaan-4, 5, and 6 and beyond in the coming days. And we hope to see instruments from the US and other nations be part of our mission as well. We hope to see that our scientists will go and do experiments on board our International Space Station in microgravity domains. There are a lot of activity possible in this country, especially in the domain of medical, chemical synthesis, material science, etc., which actually requires the work in zero gravity and microgravity environment. This is another domain that we would like to promote and work in the coming days, because only then there is a possibility that we can identify and nurture new domains of engagement, not just limited to building some satellites like NASA. I hope to see that this connection grows stronger with the respect of strength of both the nations in the domain of space technology today. I think the stronger the engagement will help both the nations and the business community in both the places. I'm very happy that USIBC has come to Bangalore to organize this. And this is the happening place for space and aerospace today in this country. I'm very happy to be part of this dialogue and discussion that is happening today. All the best, and I am very happy that the ambassador is taking this such an interest and support for all of you to scale new heights in engaging the business community of both the nations to come together and contribute substantially for the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your address. Indeed, there are a lot of opportunities and possibilities ahead. I would now like to invite Alexander to please thank our guests, His Excellency Ambassador Garcetti and Dr. Somnath, for their time, followed by a group picture of the three of you.
Dr. Somnath, Ambassador Garcetti, thank you so much for being with us here today. Thank you for laying out a vision for future cooperation, for highlighting the areas of what we've already done together, and I think inspiring this audience to do more. This is how we make these great accomplishments. The government sets the stage for things, indicates its support, provides impetus to move things forward, and it's the private sector that leans in, takes the risks, and helps deliver the outcomes of this shared vision. You know, if there are two things that I could pull out of the remarks that you guys talked about, the themes would be ambition and courage. And I would say that these two people on stage are actually in many ways embodiments of that. Ambassador Garcetti talked about the close to innumerable deliverables in the joint statement from June 2023. I spent a lot of time combing through that document after the the state visit, and it really is incredible the ambition that this relationship demonstrates, and that the two governments have showed in signing that document. And then, of course, Dr. Somnath, your view that, listen, Chandrayaan-3 was great, but there's going to be more. And the challenges that the work you have done and accomplishments you have made have come with shows an incredible courage and ambition to make sure that this important journey that we're on together, both as the US and India, but also for humanity, is successful. So congratulations to you, sir, for that leadership. I'd also just like to extend one more set of thanks here. You know, these two gentlemen are incredibly accomplished and work incredibly hard. The work that they do, however, would not be possible without incredible staff and supporters. The folks at the US Consulate in Chennai, the folks at ISRO, the scientists there, the researchers there, personnel at the US Commercial Service, and the people I work with, my colleagues at USIBC, have worked incredibly hard to put this event together. And I hope that when we issue a round of applause in a moment, it will be for the gentlemen on the stage and also for the staff who work here. And let me add one more group to that. And this is a lesson that I learned from watching Ambassador Garcetti at numerous events. I'd also like to thank the staff at the hotel. You guys do really, really hard work, are here early in the morning, are here late at night to make what we set out successful, and we're also very grateful. So please join me in a round of applause for the gentlemen on the stage, the staff, and the folks at the hotel. Thank you.
I request everybody in the audience to be seated, please. Thank you everyone for listening in. We're going to begin our next session in about 5 minutes.